controversy today as it is instructed. So we're going to show the instructions of dealing with a controversy, and then we will bring out the two sides of the controversy dealing with the season that has come upon us, which is none other than the first moon, which is called Abib. And in the 14th day of the first moon, there is a memorial. And this memorial denotes the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. So we'll get back to the title. We're going to go ahead and get started. We got our brother Yamin Israel reading Psalms 23 and 37 for us all. After he get done reading the Psalms for us, then I will reintroduce the presentation and get started. You got the floor, brother Yamin.
Shalom, my brothers and sisters. The brother stated, I would like everyone to turn to Psalms 24, please. That's Psalms 2:4. It was Psalm 24, right, brother? Shalom, brother Israel.
Yes, sir.
You said Psalm 24, right?
Psalms 23 and 37.
Okay, thank you. Correction, family, that's Psalms 23. That's Psalms 2:3. He reads, Yahweh is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the path of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of my enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of Yahweh forever. Hallelujah! I would like everyone to turn to Psalms 37, please. It's Psalms 3:7. It reads, Fret not thyself because of evildoers, neither be thou envious against the workers of iniquity. For they shall soon be cut down like the grass, and wither as the green herb. Trust in Yahweh and do good, so shalt thou dwell in the land, and verily thou shalt be fed. Delight thyself also in Yahweh, and he shall give thee the desires of thy heart. Commit thy way unto Yahweh. Trust also in him, and he shall bring it to pass. And he shall bring forth thy righteousness as the light, and thy judgment as the noonday. Rest in Yahweh, and wait patiently for him. Fret not thyself because of him who prospereth in his way, because of the man who bringeth wicked devices to pass. Cease from anger, and forsake wrath. Fret not thyself in any wise to do evil. For evildoers shall be cut off, but those that wait upon Yahweh, they shall inherit the earth. For yet a little while, and the wicked shall not be. Yea, they shall diligently consider, thou shalt diligently consider his place, and it shall not be. But the meek shall inherit the earth, and shall delight themselves in the abundance of peace. The wicked plotteth against the just, and gnasheth upon him with his teeth. Yahweh shall laugh at him, for he seeth that his day is coming. The wicked have drawn out the sword, and have bent his bow, and have bent their bow, to cast the poor and needy, and to slay such as be of upright conversation. Their sword shall enter into their own heart, and their bows shall be broken. A little that a righteous man hath is better than the riches of many wicked. For the arms of the wicked shall be broken, but Yahweh upholdeth the righteous. Yahweh knoweth the days of the upright, and their inheritance shall be forever. They shall not be ashamed in the evil time, and in the days of famine they shall be satisfied. But the wicked shall perish, and the enemies of Yahweh shall be as the fat of lambs. They shall consume, into smoke shall they consume away. The wicked borroweth and payeth not again, but the righteous sheweth mercy and giveth. For such as he blessed, for such as be blessed of him shall inherit the earth, and they that be cursed of him shall be cut off. The steps of a good man are ordered by Yahweh, and he delighteth in his way. Though he fall, he shall not be utterly cast down, for Yahweh upholdeth him with his hand. I have been young, and now I am old, yet have I not seen the righteous forsaken, nor his seed begging bread. He is ever merciful and lending, and his seed is blessed. Depart from evil and do good, and dwell forevermore. For Yahweh loveth judgment, and forsaketh not his saints. They are preserved forever, but the seed of the wicked shall be cut off. The righteous shall inherit the land, and dwell therein forever. The mouth of the righteous speaketh wisdom, and his tongue talketh of judgment. The law of his Elohim is in his heart. None of his steps shall slide. The wicked watches the righteous, and seeketh to slay him. Yahweh will not leave him in his hand, nor condemn him when he is judged. Wait on Yahweh and keep his way, and he shall exalt thee to inherit the land. When the wicked are cut off, thou shalt see it. I have seen the wicked in great power, and spreaded himself like the green bay tree. yet he passeth away, and lo, he is not. Yea, I sought him, but he could not be found. Mark the perfect man, and behold the upright, for the end of that man is peace. But the transgressors shall be destroyed together. The end of the wicked shall be cut off. But the salvation of the righteous is of Yahweh. He is their strength in the time of trouble. Yahweh shall help them and deliver them. He shall deliver them from the wicked and save them because they trust in him. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. And Shalom, Israel. Again, is dealing with a controversy among Israel, and this controversy is dealing with the season that has come upon us, which is formally called the Passover. And we are going to reprove our brothers and sisters this day and show them exactly what Yahweh commanded our fathers dealing with the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread, and allow our brothers and sisters to know that they are in error this day to try and be obedient to the law of the Passover and Feast of Unleavened Bread that was given to our fathers to be done in the land of promise. Today, we do not find ourselves in the land of promise, nor do we find ourselves under the covenant of the law. So if to be obedient to our Creator, we must obey every word. So if the Almighty told us where, when, and why, then we must follow those instructions to be right in His eyes. There is no memorial of the Passover being done today while Israel is scattered on the four corners of this earth. What type of memorial is that we are to remember when we find ourselves in Egypt, or a situation as Egypt, which represented captivity and bondage? So again, Israel, today we're going to use this presentation to deal with a controversy among Israel. And this controversy is dealing with the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Before we get started, I would love to give Yahweh, the Creator of the heaven and earth, thanks and praises. And I would like to greet the listening audience again by saying shalom. We're going to go ahead and start the presentation, and we're going to start in the book of wisdom, the book of Proverbs. And we're going to the 9th chapter of Proverbs. So let us all, at this time, please have you a holy scripture, a pen and a piece of paper that you may jot down these most irreverent scriptures that we will give this day in this dealing with this controversy. And again, we're going to start in the book of wisdom, Proverbs, the 9th chapter, and we're going to start at the 6th verse. Proverbs, the 9th chapter. And it tells us in Proverbs, the 9th chapter, starting at the 6th verse, and it reads, "Forsake the foolish and live, and go in the way of understanding. He that reproves a scorner gets to himself shame, and he that rebukes a wicked man gets himself a blot. It tells us, reprove not a scorner, lest he hate thee. Rebuke a wise man, and he will love thee. Give instruction to a wise man, and he will be yet wiser. Teach a just man, and he will increase in learning. The fear of Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the holy is understanding. And today we have a controversy dealing with a holy day that has come upon us, or that is coming upon us. And we want to deal with this controversy before the Passover actually come around. That way we can spend that time teaching just about the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread, as we will this day. But today we are teaching it in the matter of a controversy. And this great controversy is among Israel. It also tells us in the book of wisdom, if we take a look at the 27th chapter, the 27th chapter, the 5th and the 6th verse. And it reads, in Proverbs, the 27th chapter, the 5th and 6th verse, open rebuke is better than secret love. And today we're going to openly rebuke our brothers and sisters about this controversy, because we truly love the Creator and His children. And wisdom tells us that open rebuke is better than secret love. So it is more commendable for one to stand up and tell their brother and sister the truth than to just get along or to follow a multitude to do evil. Because if you trying to keep the Passover or the Feast of Unleavened Bread in the enemy's land, when it was not instructed, it is considered evil. The 6th verse reads, faithful are the words, faithful are the wounds of a friend, but the kisses of an enemy are deceit. And we're not dealing with deceit today. We're going to deal with faithfulness, and we're going to deal with this truth, and we're going to deal with holiness. Thus, it tells us also, if we turn our scriptures to the 28th chapter of Proverbs, the 28th chapter of Proverbs, and we will read the 23rd verse, and it tells us again by way of wisdom, he that rebuke a man afterwards shall find more favor than he that flatters with the tongue. And in this controversy, there has been much flattering being done. We have brothers and sisters telling us that the Sabbath is to be done wherever you are at. We got brothers and sisters telling us that we are to keep the feast days wherever we are at. And then you got some that's undecided, and they tell you, well, you're supposed to keep part of the feast day wherever you at, but the sacrificial part you had to do in the land. Well, we're going to squash all of those controversies today with the word of our Creator. We're not going to add, nor are we going to take away. Thus, we will never have to say we're doing the best we can. Instead, we will say we are witnessing all that Yahweh has said and done. Thus, it tells us, if we take a look one more place in the book of wisdom, which is the 30th chapter, Proverbs, the 30th chapter. Let us all turn to Proverbs, the 30th chapter. And it tells us in Proverbs, the 30th chapter, if we all turn there, please, the 5th and 6th verse. And we are using these words of wisdom to establish our angle in this controversy. We are allowing Yahweh to be first in all that we bring forth. And again, we are only using his words as they are written in the law and in the testimonies. Thus, it tells us in Proverbs, the 30th chapter, the 5th and 6th verse, and it reads, every word of Elohim is pure. He is a shield unto them that put their trust in him. And how do you trust Yahweh? Well, we of the house of Yisrael trust Yahweh by acknowledging and confirming, believing, and understanding every word. That's how you trust Yahweh. All that Yahweh has said is pure. All that he has done is pure. And a witness will only witness what he has said and done. And that's what we're going to do this day. And in our witnessing, the controversy should go away because we will establish what Yahweh has said. And it is up to the people to accept it. It is up to the people to confirm and acknowledge and believe and understand these very same words. Thus it tells us again in Proverbs 30, verse 5 and 6, every word of Elohim is pure. He is a shield unto them that put their trust in him alone. Add thy not into his words, lest he reprove thee and thy be found a liar. Well, today, in this controversy, our brothers and sisters will be reproved, and unfortunately, they will be found a liar. Let us also turn our scriptures to the book of the law. And the book of the law that I am referring to is none other than the book of Deuteronomy. For as the title tells us of the presentation, there is a controversy among Israel this day. And it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter, if we all turn there, please, how to deal with controversies among Israel. So let us all turn our Holy Scriptures to Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter. And it tells us in the book of the law of Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter, if we start reading at the 8th verse, Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter, the 8th verse. And we're going to read to the 13th verse. And this is the instructions that was given to our fathers in days of controversy, or in times of controversy. Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter, we start reading at the 8th verse, and it reads, If there arise a matter too hard for thee in judgment, between blood and blood, between plead and plead, and between stroke and stroke, being matters of controversy within thy gates, then shall thou arise and get thee up into the place which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose. So it allows us to know in this 8th verse that this is nothing new. Just like there is controversies among us today, there were controversies among our Creator and his children in the land of promise. And the Almighty, according to these instructions, set up a way for Israel to squash all controversies. And so far, the 8th verse told us, when there was matters of controversy within thy gates, then shall thou arise. So you had to arise and get thee up into the place. You had to arise and you had to get up and go to the place which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose. And thou shall come into the priests, the Levites, and into the judge that shall be in those days. Let's stop. Because one of the problems with Israel is that they can't follow instructions. I don't want to say they can't read. I'd rather just say they can't follow instructions. And the instructions told us, when there's a matter of controversy within thy gates, you got to get up, you got to get and go to the place which Yahweh, not the place your brother have chosen, but the place that Yahweh have chosen and placed his name. And once you made it to that particular place, thou shalt come into the priest, the Levite, and to the judge, and it reads, that shall, not might, but that shall be in those days. So it allows us to know, once we got up and went to the place, which none of you are doing, but once you got up and went to the place, you would have found the priest, the Levite, and the judge that shall be in those days. Well, today we are dealing with this controversy by way of a presentation. We are dealing with this controversy by way of being wherever you find yourself today on a conference call. But we are using the instructions that Yahweh have laid in this holy scripture for our fathers. And it allows us to know by way of law and testimony what our fathers was instructed to do when there was a matter of controversy. And today we are using these instructions to rebuke, to reprove, to correct our brothers and sisters about the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Thus, it continued to tell us in the 9th verse, once you came to the place and you met the priest and the judge that shall be in those days, and inquire, and they shall show thee the sentence of judgment. So you were to bring your matter to the Levite or the priest and the judge. They would have inquired, and they shall show thee the sentence of the judgment. They will allow you to know if you were supposed to keep the Passover in another man's land or not. They would allow you to know if you was to keep the Feast of Unleavened Bread in another man's land or not. They would have allowed you to know if you were supposed to do any ordinance of those holy feast days in the land of your enemies or not. That would have been the sentence of judgment. The 10th verse reads, and thou shalt do according to the sentence. Whatever the priest and judge sentenced or gave out to the people that inquired, you had to do. You could not hear it as many of our brothers and sisters do today. They hear the correction. They hear the sentence of the judgment, and they disregard it. They say, well, that's just another brother that's reading the words of the Most High, and they disregard it. Not so if you were in the land under the covenant of the law. For it tells us one more time in the 10th verse, and thou shalt do according to the sentence which they, the priest and the judge, not your brother and sister, of that place, the place which Yahweh shall choose, and place his name there. It says, which Yahweh shall choose, shall show thee, and thou shalt observe to do according to all, not the best you can, but according to all that they informed thee. And we're going to show all that the priests and the judges informed our fathers dealing with the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And you will never find one verse by way of law nor testimony where our fathers ever kept the Passover, nor any of the ordinance of the Feast of Unleavened Bread in the land of their captivity or bondage. Thus it tells us in the 11th verse, according to the sentence of the law, which they shall teach thee, and according to the judgment which they shall tell thee, thou shalt do. Thou shalt not decline from the sentence which they shall show thee, to the right hand nor to the left. And the man that will do presumptuously, and that is the case of the matter this day. The case of the matter this day that has come to us by way of controversy is that our brothers and sisters are doing something presumptuously that Yahweh have never commanded our fathers. So what they do today in their so-called Sabbaths, in their so-called being under the covenant of the law, in their so-called keeping the feast days of Yahweh, all those are being done presumptuously. And let's read and find out what is the judgment for those that does presumptuously with the word of Yahweh. And it reads, again, in the 12th verse, And the man or woman that will do presumptuously and will not hearken unto the priest that stand to minister there before Yahweh thy Elohim, or unto the judge, even that man or woman shall die. And that is the judgment for one that does presumptuously against any of the words of Yahweh. It tells us even that man shall die. And die, not Yahweh gonna kill him, but you was the one that was set up to execute the judgment of your Creator. Thus it reads, and thy shall put away the evil from Israel, for it is truly evil to do anything that Yahweh has said presumptuously. And all the people, as I hope all the people that is on this presentation do, it says, and all the people shall hear and fear and do no more presumptuously. So again, the controversy is among Israel. We got some brothers and sisters believe that they're right in their own eyes and they just need to do something. And then you have other brothers and sisters that fear Yahweh and have departed from evil and have avouched to wait on their Creator, to wait on their salvation. Because they know if they wait and they are saved by their Creator, then one day they will actually be able to keep the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread in the place that is designated to keep the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. It also tells us, Israel, if we take a look at the 19th chapter of Deuteronomy, the 19th chapter of Deuteronomy, and if we start reading from the 15th verse, it allows us to know that Yahweh changed not. Thus it reads in the 15th verse of the 19th chapter of Deuteronomy to the 21st verse, and it reads, one witness shall not arise up against a man for any iniquity or for any sin, and any sin that he sinned at the mouth of two witnesses or at the mouth of three witnesses shall the matter be established. And we are a witness, and we are using the Holy Scripture as a witness. If a false witness rise up against any man to testify against him that which is wrong, then both please take note of the instructions, for there is truly a controversy among Israel today dealing with the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And this is also a proof. Please bear with me, Israel. This is also a proof that the Israelites today are not under the covenant of the law. Because if they were in this matter of controversy, they will have to be obedient to the law to be righteous. And as your brother just stated, they are not under the covenant of the law today. Thus, you will never find them doing any of these instructions. And it is only because they are not under the covenant of the law. It tells us again in the 17th verse, then both the man between whom the controversy is shall stand before Yahweh, before the priest, and the judge. And where is that, Israel? Is it not in the place that Yahweh placed his name? Which shall be in those days, shall, not might, but will. And the judges shall make diligent inquisition. And behold, if the witness be a false witness, and have testified falsely against his brother, then shall ye do unto him as he had thought to have done unto his brother. So shall thou put the evil away from among you. And those which remain shall hear and fear, and shall henceforth commit no more any such evil among you. And thy eye shall not pity, but life shall go for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, and foot for foot. It also tells us, dealing with judgment and matters of controversy, if we take a look in the 25th chapter of Deuteronomy, the first two verses, the 25th chapter of Deuteronomy, the first two verses, and we will also read the 16th verse. The first verse reads in Deuteronomy, the 25th chapter, if there be a controversy between men, and they come into judgment, that the judges may judge them, then they shall justify. Please take note. And that's all we're trying to do today in this presentation, dealing with controversy among Israel concerning the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. All we're trying to do is justify the righteous, justify that which is right. If casting bread out of your houses while you in captivity is right, then we want to justify it. And as it speaks in Isaiah 43:9, bring forth your witnesses. Prove your point. But the Almighty didn't just stop there. He didn't just say bring a bunch of rebels and try to prove your point. He said bring forth your witnesses and justify what you are teaching and doing. But it didn't stop there. It also reads in the 9th verse of the 43rd chapter of Isaiah, if you can't, then say this is truth. And that is all we're trying to do. We're trying to bring as much evidence as possible to justify our stance in this controversy, and hoping that our brothers and sisters adhere to the voice of Yahweh, fear him, and depart from evil, and justify the righteous and condemn the wicked. You can't justify the righteous and just forget about the wicked. You can't justify the righteous and forget what your brothers and sisters have already taught you. To justify the righteous, you must condemn the wicked. You must condemn the wrong teachings. It also tells us, Israel, if we take a look in the second verse of the 25th chapter of Deuteronomy, and it reads, "And it shall be, if the wicked man be worthy to be beaten, that the judge shall cause him to lie down and to be beaten before his face, according to his fault, by a certain number." And I'll just like to read that third verse to allow you to know the instructions of the judgment, and it reads, 40 stripes he may give him, and not exceed, lest if he should exceed, and beat him above these with many stripes, then thy brother should seem veil into thee. So these are the instructions dealing with a controversy and showing the judgment that shall befall him that is condemned. And in the 16th verse, it tells us of the 25th chapter of Deuteronomy, "For all that do such things, and all that do unrighteously, are an abomination unto Yahweh thy Elohim." And that is the reason why we are bold as a lion, witnessing and confirming every word for our Creator, because for those that do such things and all that do unrighteously are an abomination unto Yahweh. And we don't want to be found abominable. We don't want to be found an abomination in the eyes of our Creator holding His word. It also tells us, if we take a quick look in 2 Chronicles right quick. Let us turn our scriptures to 2 Chronicles, establishing these truths to allow us to know what a controversy is and how Yahweh instructed our fathers to deal with controversies. And it tells us, if we turn our scripture to 2 Chronicles, the 19th chapter. 2 Chronicles, the 19th chapter. For in 2 Chronicles, the 19th chapter, it tells us by way of testimonies. If we start reading at the 4th verse to the 11th verse. 2 Chronicles, the 19th chapter, the 4th to the 11th verse, and it reads, "And Jehoshaphat dwelt at Jerusalem, and he went out again through the people from Beersheba to Mount Ephraim, and brought them back into Yahweh Elohim of their fathers. And he set judges in the land throughout all the fenced cities of Yehuda, city by city, and said to the judges, Take heed what ye do, for ye judge not for man." And please take note of these words, because in this presentation, dealing with controversies, the listening audience is called for jury duty. We need you to examine the evidence and to judge righteously for your Creator. For it tells us again in the 6th verse, "And said to the judges, Take heed what ye do, For ye judge not for man. I'm not asking you to judge for me today. I'm asking you to judge, to inquire, and to examine and judge righteously for your Creator. It says, again, for ye judge not for man, but for Yahweh, who is with you in the judgment. And what does that mean? The words that you are using is Yahweh's. So he is with you in the judgment. You are to execute the judgment, and the people are to adhere to the judgment, to get evil out of the land of Israel. Thus it tells us in the 7th verse, wherefore now let the fear of Yahweh be upon you. Take heed and do it, for there is no iniquity with Yahweh our Elohim. Everything that we're going to show forth is right. Nor respect a person. And that's why I said to do righteously. You must condemn the wicked. You can't do righteously and don't condemn the wicked. Thus the Almighty tell us in the last part of the 7th verse, nor respect of persons, nor taking a gift. For it allows us to know in the book of Exodus, the 23rd chapter, a gift blind the eyes of the wise. So we're not going to accept any gifts or anything, not in this day, dealing with this controversy. That way you will judge righteously. If you take a gift, like being honored as a second Marais or something like that, then you might become a respected person. You might not judge righteously. So the Almighty saying, in this matter of controversy, in this time of you of judging, being called a jury duty, you are to judge righteously. So you can't be a respected person, nor a receiver of gifts. The 8th verse reads, moreover, in Jerusalem did Jehoshaphat set of the Levites and of the priests and of the chiefs of the fathers of Israel. For what? For the judgment of Yahweh and for controversies when they returned to Jerusalem. And he charged them, saying, thus shall ye do in the fear of Yahweh, faithfully and with a perfect heart. And what cause soever shall come to you. Today the cause is the Passover and the feast of unleavened bread. It tells us in the 10th verse, and what cause soever shall come to you of your brethren that dwell in their cities, between blood and blood, between law and commandment. And please take note of this 10th verse, because many times when I take Israel to Deuteronomy the 17th chapter, they act like the law is not the controversy, or ain't nobody going to the priest about a controversy dealing with the law. And that is a lie. And we teach by law and by testimony. If they come not according to these, it is only because there is no light in them. As we read 2nd Chronicles, the 19th chapter, the 10th verse, it allows us to know that controversy can be between brethren It can be between blood. It can be between law. It can be between commandment. It can be between statutes. And it can be between judgments. As you read in this 10th verse, thus it reads in the latter part, ye shall even warn them as we are doing this day, that they trespass not against your brother. It says that they trespass not against Yahweh. That is the only reason we are having this presentation. And so wrath come upon you and upon your brethren. This do, and ye shall not trespass. And we're not. And we're going to show our brothers and sisters the trespass that they do this day. By starting off, let us go to 1 Samuel, the 15th chapter. 1 Samuel, the 15th chapter. And it tells us in 1 Samuel, the 15th chapter, if we all turn there, please. And we must continue to show the people the words of our Creator, because many of us are Johnny-come-lately when it's dealing with the word of Yahweh. Many of us are coming by way of Christianity, Rastafarianism, Islam, and now you're entering into the Holy Scriptures, and you don't really know how to perceive it. And we need to show you the warnings that is throughout the Holy Scripture that the Almighty showed our fathers to keep them on the right path. That's why I used these chapters and verses of Proverbs and Deuteronomy, and now I'm using 1 Samuel, the 15th chapter, to allow us to know that our fathers was commanded to do all. And when we are being right, we must confirm and acknowledge every word of Yahweh for us to be right. Thus, it tells us in 1 Samuel, the 15th chapter, I would love to start reading at the 17th verse. 1 Samuel, the 15th chapter, the 17th verse tells us, speaking about and to King Saul, it reads, and Samuel said, when thou was little in thy own sight, was thou not made the head of the tribes of Israel? And Yahweh appointed thee king over Israel? And Yahweh sent thee on a journey. Please take note of the instructions. And please take note how easy it is to fail in the instructions. Please take note what it took for this man to fail in the instructions, and then compare it to your brothers and sisters today that's call themselves keeping the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread presumptuously. For it tells us in the 18th verse, and Yahweh sent thee on a journey and said, go and utterly destroy the sinners of Amalek, and fight against them until they be consumed. Wherefore then did thou not obey the voice of Yahweh, but didst fly upon the spoil, and didst evil in the sight of Yahweh. And it is evil only because he is not following every word of the instruction. I am showing you these testimonies. That way you can compare it to yourself today. You can compare it to your brothers and sisters that's been on this earth. And you will know. You will be the witness to know if they did evil or not. The 20th verse reads, and Saul said it to Samuel, yea, I have obeyed. And that's what many of our brothers and sisters are saying. That's the same thing they say dealing with the Sabbath. Oh, we obey Yahweh. Well, the scripture tells us step by step how the Sabbath is to be done and what's supposed to be done to he that defile the Sabbath. They forget that step, even though they confess that they obey their Creator. And one of the greater reasons why Israel got cast out of the land of promise is because they did not keep the judgments of their Creator. And we got brothers and sisters today will readily tell you where we're not supposed to do the judgments in America. And you're right, but you forgot something. You're not under the statutes, the ordinances, the commandment, nor the law, nor the covenant itself. So you're halfway right. You're right. We're not supposed to execute the judgments of the covenant of the law in another man's land. And it is only because you're not under the covenant of the law this day. Thus it tells us in the 20th verse again, and Saul said unto Samuel, yea, I have obeyed the voice of Yahweh, and have gone the way. And I was just talking to my brother Yamin today about how our brothers and sisters constantly try to tell us that they keep in the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread, but ain't took one step. And it reminds me of what we're reading now. You're saying you're obeying Yahweh, and Saul said he have gone the way. Well, that sounds like our brothers and sisters that say they keeping the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. There is a way. There is a place that you got to go to. And Israel never go, but they constantly brag about keeping the feast. How are you going to keep something when you have not done all that Yahweh have instructed? The Passover is a pilgrim feast. And that pilgrim feast denotes that all the males of Israel was to appear at Jerusalem. And we see on social media these men slaughtering sheep and all type of mess, but they never take the journey. And even if they did take the journey today, they still would be committing evil, because the command is according to time and place, meaning they were commanded to keep the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread under the covenant of the law in a particular place, which neither one of those things are among us this day, the place nor the covenant of the law. But it reads again in the 20th verse, and Saul said to Samuel, yea, I have obeyed the voice of Yahweh, and have gone the way which Yahweh sent me, and have brought Agag the king of Amalek, and have utterly destroyed the Amalekites. But the people took of the spoil. And many of the day teachers will readily blame the people once they are found out, once they have been reproved and corrected, instead of them humbly acknowledging that they were wrong. they readily point the finger at you and I as being audience in their teachings. And that's the same thing that this man did. Thus, there's nothing new under the sun. For it reads again in the 21st verse, but the people took of the spoil sheep and oxen, the chief of the things which should, please take note. Now, he know they're supposed to have been destroyed because he heard the instructions. And he's even acknowledging that the things should have been destroyed. But he the king, and he's talking about what the people did. When he had the power to make sure the people didn't do what they wanted to do, but do all that Yahweh commanded them to do. But he did not humble himself. Instead, he blamed the people. Thus it reads one more time, but the people took the spoil, sheep and oxen, the chief of the things which should have been utterly destroyed. And they kept and took those things to sacrifice unto Yahweh thy Elohim in Gilgal, which represented no sacrifice. There is no sacrifice greater than obedience. There is nothing you can say or do that will be greater than obedience. Thus, it reads in the 22nd verse, and Samuel said, have Yahweh as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices as in obeying the voice of Yahweh? And I can answer that for him. And it is no. There is no sacrifice. There is no burnt offering greater than obeying the voice of Yahweh. Yahweh will not accept your burnt offering nor your sacrifice over obedience. So no matter what you think you are doing today, it is nothing, nor is it greater than obeying. Behold, the last sentence of the 22nd verse, behold, to obey is better than sacrifice, and to hearken to the instructions than the fat of rams. The 23rd verse reads, for rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft, and many of our brothers and sisters are under the spell of witchcraft during this season because they are doing something other than what Yahweh has said. They refuse to obey, but instead prefer to be right in their own eyes. And the Almighty called it witchcraft. For rebellion is what he calls it, and it is the same if we was judging one that commit witchcraft in the land of promise. So the same way that our fathers judged those that committed witchcraft is how Yahweh is judging King Saul in his rebellious act. And it also tells us, and stubbornness is as iniquity and idolatry. So when we constantly give preponderance evidence, scripture after scripture, showing our brothers and sisters that we are not under the covenant of the law this day, that we were never commanded to keep any of the feast days of Yahweh in the land of our enemies, and they become stubborn and refuse to acknowledge this truth, the Almighty said it is as iniquity and idolatry, meaning your stubbornness would be judged as if you had just committed iniquity or bowing down to wood and stone, just for being rebellious. The Almighty look at one being rebellious that is under the covenant of the law as one that commit iniquity and idolatry. And he looks at one that's rebellion as one that commit witchcraft. That's how great of a sin one is committing when they refuse to obey and hearken. Thus, it continues to tell us in this chapter to the 24th verse, it tells us in the latter part of the 22nd verse, behold, to obey is better. Excuse me, I think we already was there. The 23rd verse, as we read, and I'll read again, for rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft, and stubbornness is as iniquity and idolatry, because thou hast rejected, and that's what it is. That's what rebellion and stubbornness bring forth, a rejection of the word of Yahweh. He have also rejected thee for being king. The last verse that I will read is the 24th verse, and it reads, and Saul said, and please take note of Saul's reasoning once he heard again the voice of Yahweh. It says, and Saul said unto Samuel, I have sinned. And how did he sin? By not hearkening and by not obeying. It says, and Saul said unto Samuel, I have sinned, for I have transgressed the commandment of Yahweh and thy words, talking about the brother words, talking about the prophet Samuel. So he acknowledged that he had transgressed against the commandment of Yahweh and the word of the prophet. Because, and he letting you know why, and many of our brothers and leaders and mores and elders are guilty of this, as King Saul was guilty. And the reason why he gave for sinning, for transgressing the commandment, for being stubborn and rebellious, is said, because I fear the people and obey their voice. And many of you are caught up in this same net to where you fear the people over the word of Yahweh. So you will follow the multitude to do evil when you know the word of Yahweh is against it. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to the book of Ezekiel, the 3rd chapter, allowing us to know that we're supposed to speak up for the Most High. Many times we call ourselves the witnesses of Yahweh. So we must witness that which Yahweh have said and that which Yahweh have done. And we are to witness these things to our brothers and our sisters. And we do. Thus, the Almighty told Ezekiel, if we turn to Ezekiel, the 3rd chapter, and it tells us in Ezekiel, the 3rd chapter, and it reads, starting at the very first verse, and it reads, moreover, he said unto me, Son of man, eat that thy finest, eat this roll, and go speak into the house of Israel. So I opened my mouth, and he caused me to eat that roll. And he said unto me, Son of man, cause thy belly to eat, and fill thy bowels with this roll that I give thee. Then did I eat it, and it was in my mouth as honey for sweetness. And he said unto me, Son of man, go, get thee into the house of Israel, and speak with my words unto them, as we will this day. For thou art not sent to a people of a strange speech and of an hard language, but to the house of Israel. Not to many people of a strange speech and of an hard language, whose words thou cannot understand. Surely, had I sent thee to them, they would have hearkened unto thee. But the house of Israel will not hearken unto thee, and they have not. We've been teaching these things for over 10 years, and they still talking about throwing leaven out of their houses. It says, for all the house of Israel are impotent and hard-hearted. Behold, I have made thy face strong against their faces, and thy forehead strong against their foreheads. As an ornament harder than flint have I made thy forehead. Fear them not, and we don't. Neither be dismayed at their looks. Though they be, please take note, the same label that was on Saul. Though they be a rebellious house. And the only way you're being a rebellious house is because you are not obeying nor hearkening. It tells us in the 10th verse, moreover, he said unto me, Son of man, all my words that I shall speak into thee, receive in thy heart, and hear with thy ears, and go get thee to them of the captivity, and to the children of thy people, and speak unto them, and tell them, thus said Yahweh Elohim, whether they will hear or whether they will forbear. So we're going to tell you if you hear it or forbear it. Then the Spirit took me up, and I heard behind me a voice of a great rushing, saying, Blessed be the glory of Yahweh from his place. I heard also the noise of the wings of the living creatures that touch one another, and the noise of the wheels over against them, and a noise of a great rushing. So the Spirit lifted me up and took me away, and I went in bitterness in the heat of my spirit. But the hand of Yahweh was strong upon me. Then I came to them of the captivity at Tel Aviv that dwelt by the river of Shabar, and I sat where they sat, and remained there astonished among them 7 days. And it came to pass at the end of the 7 days that the word of Yahweh came into me, saying, Son of man, I have made thee a watchman into the house of Israel. Therefore hear the word at my mouth, and give them warning from me. When I say unto the wicked, thou shalt surely die, and I give him not warning, nor speak to warn the wicked from his wicked way, as we do each and every week, to save his life, the same wicked man shall die in his iniquity, in his rebellion, in his hard-heartedness. He shall die in his iniquity. But his blood will I require at thy hand. Yet, if thou warn the wicked, and he turn not from his wickedness, nor from his wicked way, he shall die in his iniquity. But thou hast delivered thy soul. Again, when a righteous man does turn from his righteousness and commit iniquity, and I lay a stumbling block before him, he shall die, because thou hast not given him warning. He shall die in his sin, and his righteousness which he hath done shall not be remembered, but his blood will I require at thy hand. The last verse that I will read is the 21st verse, and it reads, Nevertheless, if thou warn the righteous man, that the righteous sin not, and he does not sin, he shall surely live. Why? Because he is warned. Also, thou hast delivered thy soul. So that's the reason why we come so hard in these presentations, because we need you to hear the warning. We need you to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. And because of the fear that we have toward our Creator, and hoping that he don't bring your sin upon us because we failed to warn you. It won't happen in this matter, because as I stated, we have been warning Israel for over 10 years, dealing with the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread being done in the land of your bondage. Let us turn our scriptures to Isaiah, the 1st chapter. Isaiah, the 1st chapter. Many times we find ourselves comparing our doings today with the doings of our fathers. And that's the only thing we have. And we call it testimonies. So we learn and teach by way of the law and the testimonies. Well, in the book of Isaiah, when our fathers were in the land of promise, under the covenant of the law, we find in the 1st chapter of Isaiah, allowing us to know that our fathers were not being obedient, nor were they hearkening to all that Yahweh had commanded them. Thus it reads in the second verse of Isaiah, the first chapter. Let me read the first verse because it allows us to know the place and time. It says, the vision of Isaiah, the son of Amos, which he saw concerning Yehudah and Jerusalem in the days of Uriah, Jotham, Ahaz, Hezekiah, kings of Yehudah. So during their reign, he's seen these things in a vision, and it tells us in the second verse, hear, O heavens, and give ear, O earth, for Yahweh has spoken. I have nourished and brought up children, and they have rebelled against me. The ox know his owner, and the ass his master's crib, but Israel does not know. My people does not consider. A sinful nation, a people laden with iniquity, a seed of evildoers, children that are corrupters. They have forsaken Yahweh. They have provoked the Holy One of Israel into anger. They are gone away backwards. And that's exactly what many of you have done. The things that you are teaching today is backwards. Passover represents the judgment. The Feast of Unleavened Bread represents the deliverance. And you're teaching and perpetrating the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread, and you are still in bondage. That is backwards. Thus it reads in the fifth verse, why should ye be stricken any more? Ye will revolt more and more. The whole head is sick, and the whole heart faints. From the sole of the foot even to the head, there is no soundness in it. Especially talking about celebrating freedom while you are in bondage or while you need to be saved. But wounds and bruises and purifying sores, they have not been closed, neither bound up, neither modified with ointments. Your country is desolate. Your cities are burnt with fire. Your land, strangers devour it in your presence, and it is desolate, as overthrown by strangers. And the daughter of Zion is left as a cottage in a vineyard, as a lodge in a garden of cucumbers, as a besieged city. Except Yahweh of hosts had left into us a very small remnant, we should have been as Sodom, and we should have been like unto Gomorrah. Hear the word of Yahweh, ye rulers of Sodom. Give ear unto the law of your Elohim, ye people of Gomorrah. To what purpose is the multitude of your sacrifices unto me, said Yahweh? I am full of the burnt offerings of rams and the fat of fed beasts, and I delight not in the blood of bullocks or of lambs are of he-goats. When ye come to appear before me, who have required this at your hand to trend my course? And today that question is also being asked. Even though you don't find yourself in the land, nor treading his courts, but the question still is asked, who have required this at your hand today? Who? Not your creator. We're going to go over that today and show without a shadow of a doubt that it's not your creator. So who is this requiring these things at your hand today? And it is none other than your brothers that do not fear Yahweh and that are right in their own eyes. Thus it reads in the 13th verse, bring no more vain oblation. Incense is an abomination unto me. The new moons and Sabbaths, all of them, and there are 2 Sabbaths in the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread, on the first day and the 7th day. Thus, it allows us to know in this 13th verse, the new moons and Sabbaths, the calling of assemblies, I cannot away with. It is iniquity, even the solemn meetings, because they were not doing them as Yahweh instructed. Your new moons and your appointed feasts, the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread is one of those appointed feasts. The Almighty said, my soul hates. They are a trouble unto me. I am weary to bear them, because our fathers were not following the instructions. They were being right in their own eyes. They did not fear Yahweh and depart from evil. The 15th verse reads, and when ye spread forth your hands, I will hide my eyes from you. Yea, when ye make many prayers, I will not hear. Your hands are full of blood. Wash you, make you clean. Put away the evil of your doings from before my eyes. Cease to do evil. And the Almighty is telling us this day, cease in what you are doing, far as the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread, because it is evil of your doings. Or it says, your doings is evil. And it told us, cease to do evil. So once you are warned, once your brother have reproved thee, you are to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. And if you truly fear Yahweh and depart from evil, you will cease to do evil. The 17th verse reads, learn, and you must be taught, as we are teaching today. We are teaching that those that confess that they are keeping the Passover and any other ordinances of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, they are actually committing evil, because they are going against the instructions. They are leaning upon their own understanding. Well, they have to be taught, just like everyone else was taught. Thus, it reads again in the 17th verse, learn to do well, seek judgment, relieve the oppressed,
Judge the fatherless. Plead for the widow, which we do. And many of these classes and synagogues and sanctuaries and churches can't confess to that because they don't. How could you possibly relieve the oppressed, judge the fatherless, plead for the widow, and collect tithes at the same time, and have the widows and the fatherless pay tithes? That's impossible. That sounds like you are the oppressor. That the fatherless and the widow need to be released from. The 18th verse reads, "Come now and let us reason together, said Yahweh. Though your sins be as scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. Though they be red like crimson, they shall be as wool. If ye be willing and obedient, ye shall eat the good of the land. But if ye refuse and rebel," the same terminology that was against King Saul, "ye shall be devoured with the sword. For the mouth of Yahweh has spoken it." So let's see who we truly fear, Yahweh or man. And while we're in the book of Isaiah, let us go to the 8th chapter right quick. The 8th chapter of Isaiah, and show the instructions and the method that we use to bring forth all that Yahweh has said and done. It tells us in Isaiah, the 8th chapter, starting at the 16th verse to the 20th verse. And it reads, Isaiah 8:16 through 20. "Bind up the testimony, seal the law among my disciples, and I will wait upon Yahweh that hide his face from the house of Jacob, and I will look for him," as we all should do this day. "Behold, I and the children whom Yahweh have given me are for signs and for wonders in Israel." Not in the world, but in Israel. "From Yahweh of hosts, which dwell in Mount Zion. And when they shall say unto you, seek into them that have familiar spirits, and into wizards that peep and that mutter, should not a people seek into their Elohim, for the living to the dead?" Absolutely. "To the law and to the testimony. If they speak not according to this word, it is Israel, because there is no light in them." So we're going to show all the light that we possess this day in this great controversy dealing with the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And we're going to do so by having us turn to Exodus, the 8th chapter. Exodus, the 8th chapter. Because the controversy is, we have brothers and sisters teaching that the covenant of the law was to be done wherever you are at. And saying that, they also teaching that you are supposed to fear Yahweh and keep a memorial of the Passover while you are in the land of your enemies. And not only that, they have even went so far saying that you were supposed to execute the ordinances of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And one of the ordinances of the Feast of Unleavened Bread is there should be no leaven seen in all of thy coasts. And that is pretty funny, dealing with our brothers and sisters that teaching that Yahweh commanded them to have no leaven in their houses, because that is not all of the truth. The whole truth of the matter is the Almighty said there should be no leaven seen in your house, your borders, your coasts. And I ask my brothers and sisters, how can you ever say that you are keeping the law of Yahweh when there is leaven all among you? There is leaven on your job. There is leaven in the stores. There is leaven in the houses of your relatives. There is even leaven in your neighbor's house. But you're going to teach that you are keeping the word of Yahweh by throwing leaven out of your house. You have not done anything. If the Almighty told you to take 3 steps and you only took 1, you have not done anything but being obedient. And we just read that by way of testimony dealing with King Saul. So if you ain't did it all, you have not done anything when it comes to the pure words of Yahweh. Thus it tells us in Exodus the 8th chapter, allowing us to know even when our fathers found themselves in Egypt in bondage, before the great Passover, before the slaying of the firstborn of the enemies, the enemy tried to compromise with us. And it reminds me of how the enemy work today. They got a law called freedom of religion. Whoever in their land, whatever religion they're under, they are free to practice it without prosecution. And many of you are doing the things you're doing because of this law. Well, not so with the most meekest man in Yahweh's house, which was none other than Moses. Thus, it tells us in Exodus the 8th chapter, by way of law and by way of this testimony, that the Pharaoh offered somewhat of a freedom of religion and told Moses to tell the children of Israel that they can do all that Yahweh said in the land, in the enemy's land. And let's see what the most meekest man of Yahweh's house said, and let's see if we can agree with the most meekest man of Yahweh's house. For it tells us in Exodus the 8th chapter, and I'll start reading at the 25th verse, and it reads, in Exodus the 8th chapter, the 25th verse. And Pharaoh called for Moses and for Aaron and said, go ye, sacrifice to your Elohim in the land of Egypt. And Moses said, it is not met so to do. It is not meant to do. It is not meant to do. For we shall sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians to Yahweh our Elohim. And that's exactly what our brothers and sisters do each and every year when they find themselves in one of these grocery stores or even among one of these farmers, grabbing those animals, calling themselves sacrificing it to Yahweh. It is nothing other than abomination. And the most meekest man in Yahweh's house knew that. That's why he rendered that. The abomination of the Egyptians to Yahweh our Elohim, lo, shall we sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians before their eyes, and will they not stone us? And the answer is yes. And we have examples of that. Black Wall Street, Rosewood, and many other places where we got comfortable, where we got too comfortable, and we thought that we would sacrifice our riches and our gain into Yahweh, when it was nothing but the abominations of the heathens. And the heathens will get mad because you got a piano and they don't have a piano, because you have this, that, and another, trying to sacrifice those things or give Yahweh thanks for those things, and they will kill you. Here it says, lo, shall we sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians?
Shalom, brothers and sisters. The brother was kicked off the line. He's calling back in now. Give us a minute, please.
If I should use the number, don't make
Okay.
Shalom, Israel. Sorry about that. We the 8th chapter, and we left off at the 26th verse. I'd like to read the 26th verse one more time, and we're going to end at the 28th verse. It tells us again in the 8th chapter of Exodus, the 26th verse, and Moses said, it is not met so to do, for we have sacrificed the abominations of the Egyptians to Yahweh our Elohim. Lo, shall we sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians before their eyes, and will they not stone us? And please take note, the Passover, the Feast of Unleavened Bread, denotes a sacrifice. All the feasts of Yahweh denotes a sacrifice. So, again, today we have many brothers and sisters teaching that we are to keep the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread in the land of their enemies. Well, as your brother just stated, both of those feasts have a sacrifice attached to it. And this sacrifice denotes a burnt offering. All of Yahweh's feasts denote a burnt offering. So again, Israel, it shows that we were never to keep the Passover, nor the feast of unleavened bread, nor any other feast day of Yahweh in our bondage, but instead all was commanded to be done in the land of promise. So it tells us in this latter part of the 26th verse, lo, shall we sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians before their eyes, and will they not stone us? We will go 3-day journey into the wilderness. The wilderness denote a place not inhabited, where there was no other people, and sacrifice to Yahweh our Elohim, as he shall command us. So Moses is right, and he is righteous because he is accepting nothing but the word of Yahweh, as you and I should do this day. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to the 12th chapter of Exodus, the 12th chapter of Exodus, in this matter of controversy, and in this day that Israel is being corrected or rebuked by their brother, it tells us in Exodus, the 12th chapter, if we all turn there, please, and take a look at the 14th verse. And it tells us in the 14th verse of the 12th chapter of Exodus, and it reads, and this day shall be unto you for a memorial, and you shall keep it. So it is a day that is for the children of Israel coming out of bondage, and it's a day of memorial. And in this day of memorial, ye shall keep it a feast. So it's impossible to keep this day without the feast. And all the feasts of Yahweh were commanded to be done in all their dwellings. And when you read in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, the 2nd verse, in all thy dwellings, it denotes none other than the land of promise. Now, you got a promised land. You finally get the land, and you're going to teach that the word dwelling mean wherever you at. When you was promised a specific geographical location, you finally came out of bondage and received that geographical location, and then you read the word dwellings, and you took that to believe or to mean wherever you are at. And once you really hear what you're saying, it destroys the promise. To be given something to do wherever you at, once you was promised to do all in one place, that is destroying the promise. So that word, the definition that y'all working with that word must be wrong. Because if not, it will destroy the promise. And the promise was that you and your seed will inherit the land of the Canaanites forever. And you was to do all that I command you in that land. And if you did not, that land will cast you out as you are this day. So, in all your dwellings can never mean wherever you are at. You better put Webster down and get your definition out of this Holy Scripture, because it's there. It tells us, Israel, again in the 14th verse, and this day shall be unto you for a memorial, and ye shall keep it a feast to Yahweh throughout your generations. Well, we are in another generation, and you were supposed to keep this memorial as a feast into Yahweh. Well, today there's a controversy because people saying, well, you're supposed to keep this feast. Well, this feast was for those that were free. This feast was for our fathers. This memorial was for our fathers to reflect on how they was once in bondage, and the Almighty brought them forth salvation. And we passed over, or the Almighty passed over us when he slew the firstborn of Pharaoh and everybody in his house and land. He jumped right over us to execute judgment on those that we were their servants and afflicted by, as Yahweh promised Abraham in Genesis, the 15th chapter, the 13th and 14th verse. So this is a memorial for them. We ain't got nothing to memorize. The only thing we memorizing today is because we're reading the story of what happened to our fathers. When it happened to us, then we will have a Memorial's Day, because we will be able to reflect when we found ourselves in America and abroad, and Yahweh saved us out of it. And then we will memorialize that great day as our fathers memorialize this great day that we are reading about, which is called none other than the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And it tells us, the last sentence, ye shall keep it a feast by an ordinance forever. And you can find the ordinance here and also in the book of Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, also in the book of Deuteronomy, the 16th chapter. It continued to tell us, 7 days shall you eat unleavened bread, even the first day ye shall put away leaven out of your houses. For whosoever eat leavened bread from the first day until the 7th day, that soul shall be cut off from Israel. And all of us is cut off from Israel this day. None of us is in Israel, nor is that great congregation in Israel, for that great congregation has been scattered abroad. It tells us in the 16th verse, and in the first day there shall be an holy convocation, and in the 7th day there shall be an holy convocation to you. No manner of work shall be done in them, save that which every man must eat, that only may be done of you. And ye shall observe the feast of unleavened bread, for in this selfsame day have I brought your armies. Please take note why you are to observe the feast of unleavened bread. For in this selfsame day have I brought your armies out of the land of Egypt. Therefore shall ye observe this day in your generations by an ordinance forever. And the first moon, on the 14th day of the moon at even, ye shall eat unleavened bread, until the 120th day of the moon at evening. 7 days shall there be no leaven found in your houses. For whosoever eat that which is leavened, even that soul shall be cut off from the congregation of Israel. Again, Israel, we are already cut off, finding ourselves in America and scattered abroad. It reads, whether he be a stranger, please take note that this was only for our land, because it denotes it right here. It says, allowing us to know who was to keep the feast of unleavened bread, and no leaven was to be found in their houses. The last sentence reads in the 19th verse, whether he be a stranger. Let's stop. Where is the stranger today? Is you not the stranger? So it can't be talking about you. And how is a stranger denote in our scriptures? One that sojourned among us, born in our house, bought by our money. And then it reads, are born in the land. None of us have been born in the land. So it's not talking about you and I. It just told us who these ordinances belong to and where they're supposed to be done. And it allowed us to know that they belong to the stranger that sojourned among us, bought with our money, are born in our house. And these ordinances belongs to those that were born in the land of promise. And both descriptions does not denote you and I. And then it reads, ye shall eat nothing leavened in all your habitations. Shall ye eat unleavened bread. Then Moses called for all the elders of Israel and said unto them, draw out and take you a lamb according to your families, and kill the Passover. And ye shall take a branch of hyssop, and dip it in the blood that is in the basin, and strike the lintel and the two side posts with the blood that is in the basin, and none of you shall go out at the door of his house until the morning. For Yahweh will pass through to smite the Egyptians. And when he see the blood upon the lintel and on the two side posts, Yahweh will pass over the door and will not suffer the destroyer to come in into your houses to smite you. And ye shall observe, please take note, ye shall observe this thing for an ordinance to thee and to thy sons forever. And it shall come to pass, please take note where they're going to come to pass and where they're going to be at. And it shall come to pass when ye be come to the land which Yahweh will give you, according as he hath promised, that ye will keep this service. And we shouldn't have to go no further. We shouldn't have to go no further in this presentation to prove our point, because the point is made. It reads again, Israel, in the 25th verse of the 12th chapter of Exodus, and it shall come to pass when ye be come to the land which Yahweh will give you, according as he hath promised, that you shall keep this service. So it allows us to know without a shadow of a doubt where this service was always to be kept. And as we just read in the 25th verse, it was to be kept in the land that Yahweh promised Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob and their seed. But let's continue. We got a couple hours to go. Let's continue. And it reads, and it shall come to pass, when your children shall say unto you, what means ye by this service? And we have many children that have waken up, that have been taught, and they are asking their parents today, what means ye by this service? Didn't Yahweh say in the land that he promised? And now we find their fathers lying to their children just to keep up a practice or a tradition that they have been doing. But here it reads in the 26th verse, and it shall come to pass, when your children shall say unto you, what means ye by this service? That ye shall say, in truth and righteousness, it is the sacrifice of Yahweh's Passover, who jumped over the houses of the children of Israel in Egypt, when he smote the Egyptians and delivered our houses, and the people bowed the head and worshiped. And the children of Israel went away and did as Yahweh had commanded Moses and Aaron, so did they. It also tells us, while we're in the book of Exodus, the 12th chapter, if we take a look at the 22nd verse of the same chapter. For it allows us to know of the great judgment by the hand of Yahweh that was betrayed in the days of our fathers. That's why there was a memorial. That's why they were ordered to keep this ordinance forever in the land that they possess, because of the great hand and judgment that Yahweh laid upon our captors, upon the Egyptians, as it is rendered in Genesis, the 15th chapter, the 14th verse. It tells us in the 22nd verse, I just read the 22nd verse. I want to pick up at the 29th verse. Continue reading, and it says, and it came to pass that at midnight Yahweh smote all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sat upon his throne, and to the firstborn of the captives that was in the dungeon, and all the firstborn of cattle. And Pharaoh rose up in the night, he and all his servants and all the Egyptians, and there was a great cry in Egypt, for there was not an house where there was not one dead. And he called for Moses and Aaron by night, and said, rise up and get you forth from among my people, both ye and the children of Israel, and go serve Yahweh as ye have said. Also take your flocks and your herds as you have said, and be gone, and bless me also. And the Egyptians were urgent upon the people that they might send them out of the land in haste. That's why you have the Feast of Unleavened Bread, because they left in haste. They did not have time for the bread to rise. It tells us in the last sentence of the 33rd verse that they might send them out of their land
in haste, for they said, we be all dead men. And the people took their dough before it was leavened, their kneeling troughs being bound up in their clothes upon their shoulders. And the children of Israel did according to the word of Moses, and they borrowed of the Egyptians jewels of silver and jewels of gold and raiment. And Yahweh gave the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians, so that they lent into them such things as they required, and they spoiled the Egyptians. And the children of Israel journeyed from Ramsey to Shechat, about 600,000 on foot, that were men besides children. And a mixed multitude went up also with them, and flocks and herds, even very much cattle. And they baked unleavened cakes of the dough which they brought forth out of Egypt, for it was not leavened, because they were thrust out of Egypt, and could not tarry, neither had they prepared for themselves any victuals. Now the sojourning of the children of Israel, who dwelt in Egypt, was 430 years. And it came to pass at the end of the 430 years, even the selfsame day, it came to pass that all the host of Yahweh went out from the land of Egypt. It is a night, Israel, to be much observed, and to Yahweh. Why? For bringing them out from the land of Egypt. This is that night of Yahweh to be observed, of all, not some, but all the children of Israel in their generations. And Yahweh said it to Moses and Aaron, this is, please take note, because we're proving where these things are supposed to be done always. It says, this is the ordinance of the Passover. There shall no stranger eat thereof. And the stranger that is talking about is one that is not bought with our money, nor born in our house. That's the stranger is talking about. But every man's servant that is brought for money, when thou hast circumcised him, then shall he eat thereof. A foreigner, which denotes this particular stranger in the 43rd verse, a foreigner and a hired servant shall not eat thereof. So the 45th verse answers the 43rd verse. It allows you to know the stranger that cannot eat thereof. And it is called a foreigner, and it is called a hired servant, because they are not born in thy house, nor bought with thy money. The 46th verse reads, in one house shall it be eaten. Thou shalt not carry forth aught of the flesh abroad out of the house, neither shall ye break a bone thereof. And many times you see these people having Passover meals and these lambs, and the bones are broken, the meat already been cut up, sliced up, and everything. But it allows us to know, again, our brothers and sisters are not following the instructions. They are not obeying, nor are they hearkening. Thus, it continued to tell us in the 47th verse, all the congregation of Israel shall keep it. And when a stranger shall sojourn with thee, and will keep the Passover to Yahweh, let all his males be circumcised, and then let them come near and keep it. And he shall be, please take note,
and he shall be as one that is born in the land. Now, why should he be as one born in the land? Because all is commanded to be done in that land. And there's only one law. For he that is born, for the stranger that sojourn among you, that is bought with your money and born in your house, and with he that is born in the land. There's only one law. So there is no law for he that is outside of the land. There is no law for he that find himself wherever. This law is for the children of Israel, and the stranger that sojourn among them in the land of promise. Thus it reads, in the 49th verse, one law shall be to him that is homeborn, and to the stranger that sojourn among you. We are not homeborn. We have not even seen the promised land. But we're going to teach that Yahweh commanded us to keep the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread wherever we are at. When it tells us in the 49th verse, one law shall be to him that is homeborn, and to the stranger that sojourn among you. If this is true and we reading it to know it is, what law is our brothers and sisters dealing with? Because there's only one law. The 50th verse reads, thus did all the children of Israel, that one law, as Yahweh commanded Moses and Aaron, so did they. That one law. They didn't know nothing about the laws that our brothers and sisters are erecting up today. They only went by this one law that was told to them by the most meekest and faithfulest man in Yahweh's house. The 51st verse reads, and it came to pass the self-same day that Yahweh did bring the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt by their armies. So this do not denote the children of Israel keeping the Passover, nor the Feast of Unleavened Bread, in no other place than the place that Yahweh commanded them to keep it. And we got one more place that I'm going to show you where they kept it. And they kept it in that place because they were commanded to do so. And that still don't denote your place of captivity nor bondage today. But we'll get there right now. I would like, while we're still in the book of Exodus, let us turn to the 23rd chapter of Exodus. The 23rd chapter of Exodus. I'm trying to keep it in a chronological order for those that are taking down notes. That way it makes it easier for you when you're trying to teach your brother and sister these great words that we are learning this day. It tells us in Exodus, the 23rd chapter, the 15th verse, if we go there, please. Let's start at the 14th verse. And we will read down to the 17th verse, the 14th to the 17th verse of the 23rd chapter of Exodus. And it reads, 3 times thou shalt keep a feast unto me in the year. Thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread. Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days, as I command thee, in the time appointed of the moon Abib, for in it, in the month of Abib, thy camest out from Egypt, and none shall appear before me empty. Let's stop. Because this is a great ordinance of the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And in this great ordinance, the Almighty allow us to know He mean what He say, and He say what He meant. And He told our fathers all that they were supposed to bring and do on this great day. And it allows us to know that none of us in the land on this great day was supposed to appear before Yahweh empty. And what do this denote? It denotes the sacrifice. It denotes the burnt offering. And it also denoted how we took care of our brother under the law. And the brother that I am speaking about is none other than Levi. So it allows us to know, compared to today, we got many brothers and sisters saying they keeping the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread, but they appear before Yahweh empty every time because they have never gotten up nor went to the place that Yahweh placed His name. And again, Israel, if you tried in your stubbornness today, you will not find that place, nor would you find the priest, the one that you supposed to brought all that you supposed to bring. So the Almighty allowing us to know that this denotes Israel in their land, and according to the ordinance, none of the males was to appear before Him empty. And appear before Him was none other than in the place that He placed His name, which was the last place called Jerusalem. The 16th verse reads, and the feast of harvest, the first fruits of thy labors, which thou hast sown in the field, and the field is no place other than the promised land, and the feast of ingathering, which is in the end of the year, when thou hast gathered in thy labors out of the field. And again, Israel, the field is none other than the field of the promised land. The last verse I'll read is the 17th verse, and it reads, 3 times in the year all thy males shall appear before Yahweh Elohim. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 34th chapter of Exodus. One more place I would like to go real quick in Exodus to establish these truths, and it is found in the 34th chapter. And let's pick up at the 18th verse. Exodus 34, verse 18 to 25. And it reads, the feast of unleavened bread shall thou keep. 7 days thou shalt eat unleavened bread as I command thee in the time of the moon Abib. For in the month Abib thou camest out from Egypt. All that open the metric is mine, and every firstling among thy cattle, whether ox or sheep, that is male. But the firstling of an ass thou shalt redeem with a lamb. And if thou redeem him not, then shall thou break his neck. All the firstborn of thy sons thou shalt redeem, and none shall appear before me empty, because you needed these things to redeem your sons. You gave these things up instead of your sons. The 21st verse reads, 6 days thou shalt work, but on the 7th day thou shalt rest. And earing time and in harvest thou shalt rest. And thou shalt observe the feast of weeks, of the first fruits of wheat harvest, and the feast of ingathering at the year end. Thrice in the year shall all your men children appear before Yahweh Elohim, the Elohim of Israel. And it allows us to know the 23rd verse, 3 times in the year shall all your men children appear before Yahweh Elohim. And this is the Feast of Unleavened Bread. The Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread is the first feast. And it tells us that all the males is to appear. Well, dealing with this controversy among Israel today in their captivity, dealing with the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread, we see that Israel have their Passovers and their feasts wherever they are at, without the sacrifices, and with men and women, when it told our fathers that all the males was to appear. Well, in this controversy, and us reproving and correcting our brothers and sisters, they don't just have males, but they have males and females, showing us that they truly do not obey, nor has they hearkened. It continued to tell us in the 24th verse, for I will, and please take note, this is another great verse to allow you to know that the Almighty has always commanded our fathers to keep these feast days only in all of their dwellings. And this all of their dwellings denoted none other than their inheritance, none other than the land that they possess, none other than the land that is known as the promised land. For it tells us in the 24th verse, for I will cast out the nations before thee, and enlarge thy borders. The scripture told us there should be no leaven found throughout all thy borders. It's not saying the world. The way our people teach dwelling today is the world, wherever you at. Well, that can't be possible. For it tells us in the 24th verse, for I will cast out the nations. So it's speaking about some nations already in your land. The land you supposed to find your butt in. The land you supposed to do all that Yahweh commands you. The Almighty said, I will cast out the nations before thee, and enlarge thy borders. Neither shall any man desire thy land. Please take note. Not your dwellings being wherever you at, but it says, neither shall any man desire thy land, when thou shalt go up to appear before Yahweh thy Elohim. How many times? 3 times in the year. So this denote that they went up, they took that pilgrim feast from their gates to the particular land that Yahweh placed his name. And that particular land was one of your brother's gates. And in the last gate that was selected was Yehuda. And the place was called Jerusalem. All the males had to appear to Jerusalem to be in obedience, dealing with the feast of unleavened bread. So this should be another proof that Israel is not under the covenant of the law, nor the ordinances of the feast, the Passover, nor the unleavened bread. For it tells us, again in the 24th verse, please take note of what it's saying, because it allows you to know that wherever you was a special land. And the Almighty said, I'm going to watch over that land while all the males are gone. That way, no nation or people will be able to take your land while you on a 7-day journey or celebrating a 7-day feast. Thus, the 24th verse reads again, for I will cast out the nations before thee, and enlarge thy borders. Neither shall any man desire thy land. So you got your own land. All of your dwellings consist of your own land. When thou shalt go up to appear before Yahweh thy Elohim 3 times in the year. The 25th verse reads, thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leaven, neither shall the sacrifice of the feast of the Passover be left into the morning. The first of the first fruits of thy land, Israel, not wherever you at, your dwellings, all your dwellings consist of thy land, thou shalt bring into the house of Yahweh thy Elohim. Thou shalt not see it or boil a kid in his mother's milk. And Yahweh said unto Moses, and please take note of these words, because I am saying it to you. And Yahweh said unto Moses, write thou these words, for after the tenor of these words I have made a covenant with thee and with Israel. So, if what you're teaching today is not after the tenor of these words, then you are doing presumptuously. You are not obeying, nor are you hearkening to the words that is written in this book. It also tells us, Israel, if we take a look in the 13th chapter, I don't want to skip this. I think I'm not for sure if I went there or not. I didn't. Let me speak on the 13th chapter of Exodus. We don't want to skip this chapter because the 12th chapter denoted the Passover. The 13th chapter denotes the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And once time they were separate, now they are kind of together. So we must also speak on the Feast of Unleavened Bread a little more, and we find a lot of information and clues in the 13th chapter of Exodus. If we start reading at the 3rd verse. And it reads, and Moses said unto the people, remember this day in which ye came out from Egypt, out of the house of bondage. For by strength of hand Yahweh brought you out from this place. There shall no leavened bread be eaten. This day came ye out in the moon Abib. And it shall be when Yahweh shall bring thee into the land, please take note, of the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, which he sware unto thy fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, to give thee, a land, please take note of all your dwellings, a land flowing with milk and honey, that thou shalt keep this service in this moon. Well, the rumor is that the first moon has been shown, and the great season of the Passover and Feast of Unleavened Bread is coming upon us. And the Almighty commanded the children of Israel, as we just read in the 5th verse, that this service was supposed to be kept in that land that floweth with milk and honey. The same land that Yahweh swore unto our fathers. And that land had 7 nations upon it. And those nations was none other than the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Havites, the Jebusites. If you read Genesis, the 15th chapter, the 18th to the 21st verse, it gives you all 7 nations that is on that land. And those are the nations that Yahweh said he was going to cast off of them, and commanded us to do all that we were supposed to do in that land. And when we found ourselves taking the pilgrimage to Jerusalem, that no nation would desire all of our dwellings. Thus it tells us in the 6th verse of the 13th chapter of Exodus, 7 days thou shalt eat unleavened bread, and in the 7th day shall be a feast unto Yahweh. Unleavened bread shall be eaten 7 days, and there shall no leavened bread. Please take note of this 7th verse, because sometimes people is holier than thou. They are even holier than their Creator, because they can tell you a place where they can keep it, when Yahweh said there is no other place that he have commanded his children to keep it. Thus it tells us again in the 7th verse, unleavened bread shall be eaten 7 days, and there in all of your dwellings shall no leavened bread be seen with thee. And Yahweh is perfect. And Yahweh have never given our fathers a law that they could not keep fully. So there was no issue in making sure that no leaven was seen throughout your entire land, as long as you was ruling. Being a captive, you might have all type of excuses why you see leaven every day. You might hurry up and say, well, that's why I just worry about myself and ain't no leaven in my house. That is not what Yahweh said. Or should I rephrase that? That is not all that Yahweh has said. You also see here that no leaven bread be seen with thee, neither shall there be leaven seen with thee in all thy quarters. And thou shalt show thy son in that day, saying, this is done in our land under the covenant of the law during this season, because that which Yahweh did unto me when I came forth out of Egypt. And it shall be for a sign unto thee upon thy hand, and for a memorial between thy eyes, that Yahweh's law may be in thy mouth. For with a strong hand have Yahweh brought thee out of Egypt. Thou shalt therefore keep this ordinance in his season from year to year. And it shall be when Yahweh shall bring, please take note, Yahweh shall bring thee into the land of the Canaanites, as he sware unto thee and to thy fathers, and shall give it thee. Thou shalt set apart unto Yahweh all that open the metric, and every firstling that comes of a beast which thou hast. Male shall be Yahweh's, and every firstling of an ass thou shalt redeem with a lamb, and if thou wilt not redeem it, then thou shalt break his neck, and all the firstborn of men among thy children shall thou redeem. And it tells us again, and it shall be when thy sons ask thee in time to come, saying, What is this? That thou shalt say unto him, by strength of hand. And please take note, and that's something very important. I done read it twice. And I don't want you to mix the message. It told us, once we get out the wilderness and get into the land of promise, that we was going to do this service as commanded. But note that the children that was born later on, that didn't see the great and mighty work of our Creator, they was going to ask their fathers that did see it, why are we doing this? What is this? That thou shalt say unto him, by strength of hand Yahweh brought us from Egypt, from the house of bondage. So today, if we were truly doing it, and our children asked us, what means ye by this service? You would tell them, we are doing this because Yahweh delivered us out of Egypt, as we are free this day. Thus, and he commanded us to do this service. Well, you can't say that today. And one might say, well, why not? Because you are not free. You are still in some type of servitude or bondage or captivity. And if you don't want to accept any one of those terms, you're still not in the land of promise. How about that? Because we got a lot of brothers and sisters saying, well, I'm not a captive. I'm not in bondage. Well, how about that? You're not in the land of promise either. And that's where all this was supposed to be done. That's where your children was going to ask you, what means ye by this service, Dad? And if you was faithful, you would say, we are only doing this, son, because Yahweh delivered us out of the iron furnace of Egypt and brought us in the land of promise as he promised Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And we have this land this day free, serving Yahweh, and Yahweh commanded us so. Thus it reads in the 15th verse again, and it shall come to pass when Pharaoh would hardly let us go, that Yahweh slew all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both the firstborn of man and the firstborn of beast. Therefore, the reason why I sacrifice to Yahweh all that open the metric, being males, but all the firstborn of my children I redeemed. And it shall be for a token upon thy hand, and for frontlets between thy eyes, for by strength of hand Yahweh alone brought us forth out of Egypt. And no one can say that today. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter, the book of Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter, and it reads, I'll just read the 31st to the 33rd verse, still directing us in this controversy where all was supposed to be done as commanded. And it tells us in the 5th chapter, the 31st verse, but as for thee, stand thy here by me, and I will speak into thee all the commandments and the statutes and the judgments which thou shalt teach them, that they may do them in the land which I give them to possess it. So if you ever get mixed up with the term all thy dwellings, all you got to remember is all thy dwellings denote the land that you possess. And you do not possess America nor any other place you find yourself today. It tells us, Israel, in the 32nd verse, ye shall observe to do therefore as Yahweh your Elohim hath commanded you, even with the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Ye shall not turn aside to the right hand or to the left. You can't say it can be done somewhere else. You can't say, well, don't worry about the sacrifice. You can't say this, that, and another. That is turning to the left or the right. It says in the 33rd verse, ye shall walk in all the ways as we are showing today. You can't add nor diminish from any of the ways which Yahweh your Elohim hath commanded you, that ye may live, and that it may be well with you. And that's why the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread is never well with our brothers and sisters. That's why there is a controversy today, because you are not in the land that you possess, nor are you walking in all the ways which Yahweh your Elohim have commanded you. And it says, and that it may be well with you, and that ye may prolong your days. And we can just scratch that out, because you not only have you not prolonged your days, you ain't even spent the day in the land. But if you was in all your dwellings, doing all that Yahweh commanded, it reads, again in the last sentence of the 33rd verse, and that it may be well with you, and that ye may prolong your days in the land, in all your dwellings, which ye shall possess. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter, should I have said. Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter. And this should be destroying that which we have brought forth so far, should have destroyed our brothers and sisters' teaching of keeping the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread wherever you at. It should have destroyed our brothers' understanding of the term in all thy dwellings. For it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter, the 5th verse, but into the place which Yahweh your Elohim shall choose out of all your tribes, to put his name there, even into his habitation. Please take note of the habitation you're supposed to be in, that consists of all your dwellings. Even into his habitation shall ye seek, and tighter thy shall come. And tighter ye shall bring your burnt offerings. And please take note, there is a burnt offering in the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. So if you are truly under them, don't you need to be in your land? For it says in the 6th verse, and tighter ye shall bring your burnt offerings and your sacrifices and your tithes and heave offerings of your hand and your vows and your free will offerings and the firstling of your herd and of your flock. And there, where is there? The land that you possess. And there ye shall eat before Yahweh your Elohim. And ye shall rejoice in all, even the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And ye shall rejoice in all that ye put your hand into, ye in your households, wherein Yahweh thy Elohim hath blessed thee. Not in the enemy's land, but in the land where he has blessed thee. Ye shall not do after all the things that we do here this day, every man whatsoever is right in his own eyes. And that's exactly what you're doing when you do it any other place than where Yahweh has commanded. You are just right in your own eyes. For ye are not as yet, please take note of your brother's teaching. I'm trying to show you that there is a geographical location where all was commanded to be done. And our fathers agreed. Today, we got a lot of Johnny-come-latelys that don't know nothing about the agreement. So they have decided to do it wherever they are at. But please take note, none of the things that Yahweh have said have ever came to pass in their doings. Thus, it tells us, again in the 9th verse, ye are not as yet come to the rest and to the inheritance which Yahweh your Elohim give you. And that's where everything is to be done. But when ye go over Jordan and dwell in the land which Yahweh your Elohim give you, all of your dwellings, to inherit, and when he give you rest from all your enemies round about, so that ye dwell in safety. And we know that to be true, because he said when you come up 3 times in a year, none of the nations will desire your land, because he's going to watch over your land while you is up in Jerusalem doing your pilgrim feasts. And this is similarly spoken here, for it told us, but when you go over Jordan, the 10th verse, when you go over Jordan and dwell in the land which Yahweh your Elohim give you to inherit, and when he give you rest from all, not some, from all, and you are not resting, and your enemy is on you today, America, your children is marching up and down the street talking about peace and equity and freedom and equality. So again, it says, and when he give you rest from all your enemies round about, so that ye dwell in safety. Again, Israel, it allows us to know that the Israelites are not under the Passover nor the Feast of Unleavened Bread, because they are not in their land. They are not under the covenant of the law, nor do they dwell in safety. Today. But when that time came and our fathers crossed over Jordan, the 11th verse said, then there shall be a place which Yahweh your Elohim shall choose to place his name to dwell there. The first place was Shiloh. The last place was called Jerusalem. Tighter shall ye bring all, not some, not the best you can, but all that I command you. Your burnt offerings and your sacrifices, your tithes and the heave offering of your hand, and all your choice vows, which ye vowed unto Yahweh. And ye shall rejoice before Yahweh your Elohim, ye and your sons, and your daughters, and your men servant, and your maid servant, and the Levite that is within your gates, for as much as he have no part, no inheritance with you. And sadly to say, you don't have none today either, because all of your dwellings consist of your inheritance. So with you not being in all of your dwellings, you cannot take care of your brother Levi, because he don't have an inheritance. And the reason why you can't take care of him today is because you are not in all of your dwellings, nor your inheritance. The 13th verse reads, take heed to thyself, that thou offer not thy burnt offerings in every place that thou seest. Like today. So the Almighty had already forewarned our fathers, take heed to thyself, that thou offer not thy burnt offerings. And there was burnt offerings to be offered dealing with the feasts. But the Almighty said, not wherever you are at. The 14th verse says, but in the place which Yahweh shall choose, in one of thy tribes, there thou shalt offer thy burnt offerings, and there thou shalt do all that I command thee. It also tells us, while we in the book of Deuteronomy, if we go to the 16th chapter of Deuteronomy. And in the 16th chapter of Deuteronomy, it repeats the exact same thing. For the Almighty has been redundant throughout the Holy Scriptures because of the hard-headedness and the stiff-neckedness and the rebellion of our fathers. So you find the Almighty being redundant many times in the Holy Scripture, over and over with the same thing. Thus, it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 16th chapter, starting at the very first verse, and we're going to read to the 17th verse, and it reads, observe the moon of Abib, and keep the Passover unto Yahweh thy Elohim in the 14th month of Abib. Yahweh thy Elohim brought thee forth out of Egypt by night. Thou shalt therefore sacrifice the Passover unto Yahweh thy Elohim of the flock and the herd. In the place, though, that's what you got to catch, in the place which Yahweh shall choose to place his name, and it is not America. Thou shalt eat no leavened bread with it. 7 days shalt thou eat unleavened bread therewith, even the bread of affliction. For thou came forth out of the land of Egypt in haste. That thou mayest remember the day. Please take note of these words. That thou mayest remember the day when thou camest forth out of the land of Egypt. How long? All the days of thy life. And if you truly remember it, you will know what happened and what our fathers was commanded to do. The 4th verse reads, and there shall be no leavened bread seen with thee. Where? In just your quarters? Absolutely not. In all thy coasts, 7 days. Neither shall there anything of the flesh, which thou sacrificed the first day at evening, remain all night until the morning. Thou mayest not sacrifice the Passover within any of thy gates. So he's telling our fathers, you can't even sacrifice or celebrate the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread in any of your gates, in any of your homes, because it was already ordered where it was supposed to be done. And it was supposed to be done in the place that Yahweh placed his name. And that city was none other than Jerusalem. Thus it tells us in the 6th verse again. Let's go with the 5th verse. Thou mayest not sacrifice the Passover within any of thy gates, which Yahweh thy Elohim give thee, but at the place which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose to place his name in. There, and only there, thou shalt sacrifice the Passover at evening, at the going down of the sun, at the season that thou camest forth out of Egypt, which is Abib. And thy shall, or that's the month, the season would be spring, thy shall roast and eat it in the place which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose. And thou shalt turn in the morning and go into thy tents. 6 days thou shalt eat unleavened bread, and on the 7th day shall be a solemn assembly to Yahweh thy Elohim. Thou shalt do no work therein. 7 weeks shall thou number unto thee. Begin to number the 7th weeks from such time as thou beginnest to put the shekel to the corn. And thou shalt keep the feast of weeks unto Yahweh thy Elohim with a tribute of a freewill offering of thy hand, which thou shalt give unto Yahweh thy Elohim, according as Yahweh thy Elohim has blessed thee. And thou shalt rejoice before Yahweh thy Elohim, thou and thy sons, and thy daughters, and thy manservant, and thy maidservant, and the Levite that is within thy gates, and the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow that are among you, in the place which Yahweh thy Elohim have chosen to place his name. And thou shalt remember that thou was a bondsman in Egypt, and thou shalt observe and do these statutes. Thou shalt observe the Feast of Tabernacles 7 days. After that, thou hast gathered in thy corn and thy wine, and thou shalt rejoice in thy feast, thou and thy son, and thy daughter, and thy manservant, and thy maidservant, and the Levite, the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow that are within thy gates. 7 days shalt thou keep a solemn feast unto Yahweh thy Elohim, in the place which Yahweh shall choose, because Yahweh thy Elohim shall bless thee in all thy increase, and in all the works of thy hands. Therefore thou shalt surely rejoice. 3 times in a year shall all thy males appear before Yahweh thy Elohim, in the place which he shall choose, in the feast of unleavened bread, and in the feast of weeks, and in the feast of tabernacles. And they shall not appear before Yahweh empty. Every man shall give as he is able, according to the blessing of Yahweh thy Elohim, which he hath given thee. And this blessing was laid only upon the land of your inheritance, not wherever you at. It also tells us by way of testimony, and before I show this by way of testimony, it also tells us real quick, if we turn our scriptures to Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. I know I said I was going to keep it in chronological order, but I didn't mention Leviticus after Exodus, so let's do so now. Let us go to Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, and it tells us in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, all that we have just read, but it tells us in this wise. And I'll start at the very first verse, and it reads, And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, concerning the feasts of Yahweh, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations, even these are my feasts. 6 days shall work be done, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of rest. In holy convocation ye shall do no work therein. It is the Sabbath of Yahweh in all your dwellings. And again, Israel, your dwellings is your inheritance. Your dwellings is the land of promise. Thus it tells us in the 4th verse, these are the feasts of Yahweh, even holy convocations, which ye shall proclaim in their season. In the 14th day of the first moon at even is Yahweh's Passover. And on the 15th day of the same moon is the feast of unleavened bread unto Yahweh. 7 days ye must eat unleavened bread. And the first day ye shall have an holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work therein, but ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. 7 days, and the 7th day is an holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work therein. And what is this predicated on? What is this based on? All we must do is look at the 37th and 38th verse of the same chapter. And it tells us in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, the 37th and the 38th verse, and it reads, these are the feasts of Yahweh, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations, to offer an offering made by fire unto Yahweh, a burnt offering and a meat offering, a sacrifice and drink offering, everything upon his day. Beside the Sabbaths of Yahweh, and besides your gifts, and besides all your vows, and besides all your free will offerings, which ye give unto Yahweh. So it allows us to know that all of these feasts denotes a burnt offering, a sacrifice that must be given to Yahweh. And you can find those rights to these sacrifices in the book. Please write this down. We're not going to go there. In the book of Numbers, the 28th chapter and the 29th will give you the rights of these offerings and the specifications of the offerings. Let us turn to the book of Numbers, but I want to go to the book of Numbers, the 9th chapter, to show the first Passover that was done in the wilderness because they were commanded to do so because Yahweh was among them. And the Almighty told us, according to Deuteronomy 8th chapter, the first 3 verses, he proved Israel. He had Israel to do these things in the wilderness to see if they would do them in the land or not. So there's a reason why our fathers kept the Passover in the wilderness. And a lot of our brothers and sisters today in this controversy don't understand the reason. So many times they will tell you, well, they did it in the wilderness. They wasn't in the land. And they will hurry up and tell you, well, why can't we do it? They was in the wilderness, but they never note or they never tell you that Yahweh commanded them to do it in the wilderness. They never tell you that Yahweh is among them when they did it in the wilderness. Nor do they ever remind you that they were free and under the covenant of the law, which we are not under any of those four things I just brought up. But as I stated, it's a controversy, and we're going to squash the controversy. So let us go to Numbers, the 9th chapter. And while y'all turning to Numbers, give your brother 1 minute. Numbers, the 9th chapter. Sorry about that, Israel. We all should be in the book of Numbers, the 9th chapter, showing the first time it was done in the wilderness after the first doing when the children of Israel came out of Egypt. It tells us in Numbers, the 9th chapter, starting at the very first verse, and it reads, "And Yahweh spake unto Moses in the wilderness of Sinai, in the first moon of the 2nd year after they were come out of the land of Egypt, saying, Let the children of Israel also keep the Passover at his appointed season. In the 14th day of this moon at evening ye shall keep it in his appointed season, according to all the rites of it." Where you supposed to be, what you supposed to bring, who it's supposed to be, every rite. And according to all the ceremonies thereof. So you can't say you're keeping it and didn't keep the feast. You didn't appear in the place. Shall ye keep it? The 4th verse reads, "And Moses spake unto the children of Israel that they should keep the Passover according to the manner and ordinance. And they kept the Passover on the 14th day of the first moon at evening in the wilderness of Sinai, according to all that Yahweh commanded Moses. So did the children of Israel. And there were certain men who were defiled, like us, by the dead body of a man, that they could not keep the Passover on that day. And they came before Moses and before Aaron on that day. And those men said unto him, We are defiled by the dead body of a man. Wherefore are we kept back?" And please take note, it allows us to know that there are situations where you would have been kept back from keeping the laws of Yahweh, even if you were in the land, because of you being defiled. Well, we ain't even in the land, nor are we under the covenant of the law, but we find ourselves truly defiled, and we keeping the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. It tells us, Israel, according to the 7th verse again, "And those men said unto him, We are defiled by the dead body of a man. Wherefore, asking the reason why are we kept back, that we may not offer an offering of Yahweh in his appointed season among the children of Israel? And the answer is, and Moses said unto them, stand still, and I will hear what Yahweh will command concerning you. And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, saying, if any man of you or of your prosperity shall be unclean by reason of a dead body, or be in a journey, and that journey is not talking about captivity, but be in a journey afar off, yet he shall keep the Passover unto Yahweh. And a lot of people must have read this and stopped and never read another word, because this is similar to what our brothers and sisters are saying today. They know they in captivity, but they still believe they're supposed to keep the law. They still believe they're supposed to keep the feast. They still believe they're supposed to keep the manner and the ordinances of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Well, look what your Creator commanded Moses and the children of Israel. Maybe this will change your mind. For it tells us in the 11th verse, it reads, the 14th day of the second month at even they shall keep it. So the Almighty made a provision for them, and that provision was, no, you're not going to defile my day. You're not going to be right in your own eyes. You find yourself defiled, and you find yourself on a long journey. So, Yahweh prescribed for them the 14th day of the second moon at even. They shall keep it and eat it with unleavened bread and bitter herb. The only thing going to change is the time. They shall leave none of it until the morning, but break any bone of it according to all the ordinances of the Passover. They shall keep it. And then it hits us and tells us, but the man that is clean and is not in a journey, and he just don't want to do it. He just ain't going to do it. He's going to be right in his own eyes. He's going to do something else. It says, but the man that is clean and is not in a journey and forbear to keep the Passover, even the same soul shall be cut off from among his people. Why? Because he brought not the offering of Yahweh in his appointed season. That man shall bear his sin. Did y'all get that? So all our brothers that teach that we can keep the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread here today in this matter of controversy have just been shown to be a liar, because this 13th verse just allowed us to know the stipulations with a man that is unclean or on a journey. And then it allowed us to know about a man that is clean and is not on a journey, but he forbears. The Almighty said that man had bared his sin because he brought not the offering of Yahweh in his appointed season. And none of you ever have brought the offering to Yahweh in his appointed season. And as I stated, if you're dumb enough to go thinking that you can, you will not find anyone to bring your offering to. And it is only laid out like that because you are not under the covenant of the law. nor under any of Yahweh's feasts this day. Thus it read in the 14th verse, and if a stranger shall sojourn among you, and will keep the Passover into Yahweh according to the ordinances of the Passover, and according to the manner thereof, so shall he do. Ye shall have again, Israel, one ordinance, one law, both for the stranger and for him that was born in the land. What land, Israel? The promised land. It also tells us, if we turn our scripture to the book of Joshua, which denotes the first time that the Israelites kept the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread once they entered to the promised land. Let's turn our scriptures to Joshua, for we are using these scriptures to prove our brothers and sisters are truly in error, and to bring forth this controversy where we can justify the right and condemn the wrong. Well, it tells us in the book of Joshua, the 5th chapter, if we all turn there, please. For we're just about done, and all that we have given so far should be more than enough to justify the righteous and condemn the wicked. It tells us in the book of Joshua, starting at the 10th verse to the 12th verse, the 10th verse to the 12th verse, and it tells us in the 10th verse, and the children of Israel encamped in Gilgal and kept the Passover on the 14th day of the moon at even in the plains of Jericho. And they did eat of the old corn of the land on the morrow after the Passover, unleavened cakes and parched corn in the self-same day. And the manna which they was being fed for 40 years ceased on the morrow after they had eaten of the old corn of the land. Neither had the children of Israel manna anymore, but they did eat of the fruit of the land of Canaan that year. So here is a short testimony showing that the children of Israel kept the Passover again once they entered into the promised land. And this was the first time they did it from the time they came out of the wilderness. And we just showed the first time they did it in the wilderness, which was found in Numbers, the 9th chapter. Even though they was in the wilderness for 40 years, you will only find that one rendering that is found in Numbers, the 9th chapter. It also tells us I want to read, let's go to 2 Chronicles 30. For here is another rendering, a testimony of Israel keeping the Passover in the land. And we have another rendering where Israel kept the Passover in the land under King Josiah. This one here is under King Jehoshaphat. Let me get there to make sure that's the correct name. We all should be going to 2 Chronicles, the 30th chapter. That might be Hezekiah. That's what it is. Hezekiah said Jehoshaphat. Sorry about that. Hezekiah. And we have another rendering when Jehoshaphat, or excuse me, Joshua, Josiah, should I say, King Josiah, kept the Passover. Here it tells us that it denoted a time like that of Numbers, the 9th chapter. That's why I wanted to go here now. And it denote why Numbers, the 9th chapter, is still in your mind. It tells us in 2 Chronicles, the 30th chapter. I'll start at the first verse to allow you to know that this is similar to what we've seen in Numbers, the 9th chapter. It tells us at the beginning of 2 Chronicles, the 30th chapter, and Hezekiah sent to all Israel. And please take note of all your dwellings. And because he's going to send letters to all of Israel's dwellings. And he is telling them and inviting them to keep the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread in the place that Yahweh have chosen. So they all are receiving an invitation, all those that are in the land, to come to the place that Yahweh have set up for all the feasts to be done. And we're going to find out that some of the people was unclean, so the Almighty allowed them to do it the second moon, as we seen our fathers doing in Numbers, the 9th chapter. Thus it reads again in the first verse, and Hezekiah sent to all Israel and Yehudah, and wrote letters also to Ephraim and Manasseh, that they should come to the house of Yahweh at Jerusalem, to keep the Passover, and to Yahweh Elohim of Israel. For the king, please take note, for the king had taken counsel, and his princes, and all the congregation in Jerusalem, to keep the Passover in the second month, or in the second moon. Why? For they could not keep it at that time, meaning the first moon, because the priests had not sanctified themselves significantly. Neither had the people gathered themselves together to Jerusalem. So here's a great testimony to testify on what we just read in Numbers, the 9th chapter. The Almighty gave us two reasons why the children of Israel would have to keep the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread the second moon. And it was because if they found themselves defiled, or if they found themselves on a long journey. Well, here both reasons are used. The priest is not significantly cleansed, and there are still some people on a journey. For it might have took some days to walk from Dan to Jerusalem. So as the king explained here, it says again in the 3rd verse, for they could not keep it at that time, because the priests had not sanctified themselves significantly. Neither had the people gathered themselves together to Jerusalem. So they was on a journey. Then they had to journey to Jerusalem. And the thing pleased the king and all the congregation. So they established a decree to make proclamation throughout all Israel, all of your dwellings, from Beersheba even to Dan, that they should come to keep the Passover to Yahweh Elohim of Israel at Jerusalem. For they had not done it of a long time in such sort as it was written. And that is the only way you can do it. So look how many times our fathers did it in error, did it in vain, did it in sin. So the post went with the letter from the king and his princes throughout all Israel, throughout all your dwellings in Yehudah, and according to the commandment of the king, saying, ye children of Israel, turn again into Yahweh Elohim of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, and he will return to the remnant of you that are escaped out of the hand of the king of Assyria. And he's talking to our brothers of the north, which many of you teach was lost. It says, and be not ye like your fathers and like your brethren, which trespass against Yahweh Elohim of their fathers, who therefore gave them up to desolation, as ye see. Now be ye not stiff-necked as your fathers were, but yield yourself into Yahweh, and enter into his sanctuary, which ye have sanctified forever, and serve Yahweh your Elohim, that the fierceness of his wrath may turn away from you. It tells us, for if ye turn again into Yahweh, your brethren and your children shall find compassion before them that led them captive, so that they shall come again into this place. Talking about our brothers and sisters of the north. For Yahweh your Elohim is gracious and merciful, and will not turn away his face from you if ye return to him. So the posts passed it from city to city throughout the country of Ephraim and Manasseh, even into Zebulun, but they laughed them to scorn and mocked them. Nevertheless, the devourers of Asher and Manasseh and Zebulun humbled themselves and came to Jerusalem. Also in Yehudah, and that's what our brothers and sisters got to do. They got to humble themselves, wait on Yahweh, and go to Jerusalem like Yahweh said. Other than that, you are sinning. Also in Yehudah, the hand of Elohim was to give them one heart to do the commandment of the king and of the princes by the word of Yahweh. And there assembled at Jerusalem much people to keep the feast of unleavened bread in the second moon, a very great congregation. And they arose and took away the altars that were in Jerusalem. All the altars of incense took they away and cast them into the brook of Kidron. Then they killed the Passover on the 14th day of the second moon. And the priests and the Levites were ashamed and sanctified themselves and brought in the burnt offerings into the house of Yahweh. And they stood in their place after the manner, according to the law of Moses, the man of Elohim. The priest sprinkled the blood which they received of the hand of the Levites. For there were many in the congregation that were not sanctified. Therefore the Levites had the charge of the killing of the Passover for everyone that was not clean, to sanctify them unto Yahweh. For a multitude of the people, even many of Ephraim and Manasseh, Issachar, Zebulun, had not cleansed themselves, yet did they eat the Passover otherwise than it was written. But Hezekiah prayed for them, saying, good Yahweh, pardon everyone that prepared his heart to seek Elohim, Yahweh Elohim of his fathers, though he be not cleansed, according to the purification of the sanctuary. And Yahweh hearkened to Hezekiah and blessed the people. And the children of Israel that were present, please take note of those that keeps it. You got to be there. And the children of Israel that were present at Jerusalem kept the feast of unleavened bread 7 days with great gladness. And the Levites and the priests praised Yahweh day by day, singing with loud instruments unto Yahweh. And Hezekiah speak comfortably, and to all the Levites that were taught the good knowledge of Yahweh. And they did eat throughout the feast 7 days, offering peace offerings and making confessions to Yahweh Elohim of their fathers. And the whole assembly took counsel to keep another 7 days, and they kept another 7 days with gladness. For Hezekiah, king of Yehuda, did give to the congregation 1,000 bullocks, 7,000 sheep, and princes gave to the congregation 1,000 bullocks and 10,000 sheep. And a great number of priests sanctified themselves, and all the congregation of Yehuda with the priests and the Levites and all the congregation that came out of Israel, came out of all your dwellings, and the strangers that came out of the land of Israel, and that dwelled in Yehuda rejoiced. So there was great joy in Jerusalem, for since the time of Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel, there was not the like in Jerusalem. Then the priests and the Levites arose and blessed the people, and their voice was heard, and their prayers came up to his holy dwelling place, even into heaven. Also, if we take a look in the book of Ezra, how the children of Israel kept the Passover after they came out of the second Exodus, which was Babylon. But note, again, the testimonies only show that they kept these great holy days when they found themselves back in the land of promise and back under the covenant of the law. Thus, it reads in Ezra, the 6th chapter, and we will pick up at the 14th verse, and it reads, and the elders of the Hebrews built, and they prospered through the prophesying of Haggai, the prophet, and Zechariah, the son of Adu. And they built and finished it according to the commandment of Elohim of Israel, and according to the commandment of Cyrus and Darius and Artaxerxes, king of Persia. And this house was finished on the 3rd day of the moon Adar, which was in the 6th year of the reign of Darius the king. And the children of Israel, the priests, the Levites, the rest of the children of the captivity, kept the dedication of this house of Elohim with joy, and offered at the dedication of this house of Elohim 100 bullocks, 200 rams, 400 lambs, and for a sin offering for all Israel, 12 he-goats, according to the number of tribes of Israel. And they set the priests in their division, and the Levites in their courses, for the service of Elohim, which is at Jerusalem, as it is written in the book of Moses. And the children of the captivity kept the Passover upon the 14th day of the first moon, for the priests and the Levites were purified together. All of them were pure, and killed the Passover for all the children of the captivity, talking about those that came back, and for their brethren, the priests, and for themselves. And the children of Israel, which were come again out of captivity, and all such as had separated themselves, and to them from the filthiness of the heathen of the land, to seek Yahweh Elohim of Israel, did eat. Please take note who did it and who ate and where they was at. And kept the feast of unleavened bread 7 days with joy, for Yahweh had made them joyful, and turned the heart of the king of Assyria into them, to strengthen their hands in the work of the house of Elohim, the Elohim of Israel. So we have shown preponderance of evidence showing that there was truly a controversy among Israel today, dealing with the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread, because we have people teaching that you can do it wherever you are at. And it is based on one of their teachings with the word dwelling, or in all your dwelling. Well, we have given many chapters and verses to destroy that notion, and we have shown over and over again, even from the time it started coming out of Egypt to the time we found ourselves in the wilderness, to the time we entered the land, until the time we was established in the land, that the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread was only ever done in the land of promise, as Yahweh commanded, with all the manner and ordinance thereof. But unfortunately, we have many brothers and sisters that are right in their own eyes, as our fathers were. Thus, let us turn to Jeremiah right quick, the 5th chapter. Jeremiah, the 5th chapter. We have a couple more chapter and verses, and then we'll be done with this controversial presentation dealing with the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. But right now, I just want to show why even today, people are right in their own eyes when it comes to the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread and all that Yahweh has said. Let us take a look in the book of Jeremiah, the 5th chapter, starting at the 19th verse. Jeremiah, the 5th chapter, starting at the 19th verse. And it reads, "And it shall come to pass, when ye shall say, Wherefore does Yahweh our Elohim all these things unto us? Then thou shalt answer them, like as ye have forsaken me, and serve strange gods in your land." He ain't talking about what you're doing in America. He talking about what you did in the land of Canaan. "So shall ye serve strangers in a land that is not yours." And that's why you find yourself in America, serving gods that is not yours, because your fathers served gods that was not theirs in their land. It's a punishment. It reads, the 20th verse, "Declare this in the house of Jacob, and publish it in Yehuda, saying, Hear now this, O foolish people, and without understanding, which have eyes and see not, which have ears and hear not." And some of you have seen these words today. Some of you are hearing my voice today, and you still don't understand. The 22nd verse reads, "Fear ye not me, said Yahweh." And that's why you don't understand, because you don't have the fear of Yahweh in you. "Fear ye not me, said Yahweh. Will you not tremble at my presence, which have placed the sand for a bound of the sea by a perpetual decree, that it cannot pass it? And though the waves thereof toss themselves, yet can they not prevail. Though they roar, yet can they not pass over it. But this people have a revolting and rebellious heart. They have revolted and gone. They don't even care what you show them. Neither say they in their heart, Let us now fear Yahweh our Elohim, that give rain, both the former and the latter in his season. He reserves unto us the appointed weeks of the harvest. Your iniquities have turned away these things, and your sins have withholden good things from you. For among my people are found wicked men. They lie wait as he that setteth snares. They set a trap. They catch men. Look at these classes. Look at these congregations. Look at these sanctuaries. Look at these churches. It ain't nothing but a cage full of men. It says, as a cage is full of birds, so are their houses full of deceit. Therefore they are become great, and waxing rich. They are waxing fat. They shine, they overpass the deeds of the wicked. They judge not the cause of the fatherless, yet they prosper. And the right of the needy do they not judge. Shall I not visit for these things, say Yahweh? Shall not my soul be avenged on such a nation as this? A wonderful and a horrible thing is committed in the land. The prophets prophesy falsely, just like our brothers do today. And the priests bear rule by their means. And my people love to have it so. That's why you will constantly see Shabbat Shalom. And what will ye do in the end thereof? It tells us the only thing you would do is be found guilty. You will be found to shame. You will ask, as it asked in the 19th verse, you will say, why have Yahweh done these things unto us? And that's what was said at the end. For it says again in the 31st verse, that last sentence, and what will ye do in the end thereof? The 19th verse allows you to know what you're going to do. And it says again in the 19th verse, and it shall come to pass, when ye shall say, wherefore does Yahweh our Elohim all these things unto us? Then shall thy answer them, like as you have forsaken me, and served strange gods in your land, so shall ye serve strangers in a land that is not yours. And that's what happened at the end thereof, as we are witnesses this day. But all is not lost. Let us turn our scriptures where we're still in Jeremiah. Let us look at the 31st chapter of Jeremiah. I have a couple more chapter and verses, and we will go ahead and close the presentation for today, which is called A Controversy Among Israel, the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. It tells us in Jeremiah 31, starting at the 15th verse, all is not lost, because you're going to come up out of this, and it's going to be
Shalom, brothers and sisters. The brother was kicked off. He's calling back in now. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Ooh, big ass. Like those. Athletics. I like
Israel.
them.
All right. Again, Israel. You got to do that just quick. We should be at Jeremiah 31.
Nice. Oh, nice.
Give me 1 second.
That's what I got myself.
That ain't all you got. I mean, that's what you got today.
What else did I get?
I said that's what you got today. That's all.
What else did I get? Even all together? Myself a new birth?
Yes. Forgot about your person.
Shalom, Israel. Sorry about that. We all should be at Jeremiah 31. I was allowing everybody to know that Yahweh mercy endures forever. All is not lost, even though we found our fathers being rebellion and hard-headed and stiff-necked against their Creator. It still allowed us to know everything was to be done in that land. They refused to do what Yahweh commanded them to do in the land of promise, so Yahweh cast them out, spewed them out kick them out of their land to serve wood and stone in another man's land. When our time is up serving wood and stone, we will return to the land of Jerusalem, to the land of Canaan, to the promised land, and we will keep all the great feasts that Yahweh commanded our fathers to keep forever. And that's what we're about to show in closing. Let us go to Jeremiah 31, start at the 15th verse. Before they cut us off again, Jeremiah 31, starting at the 15th verse, and it reads, Thus said Yahweh, a voice was heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel, weeping for her children, refused to be comforted for her children because they were not. Thus said Yahweh, refrain thy voice from weeping and thy eyes from tears, for thy work shall be rewarded, said Yahweh, and they shall come again from the land of the enemy. And there is hope in thy end, said Yahweh, that thy children shall come again to their own border, their dwellings. I have surely heard Ephraim bemoan himself thus, Thou hast chastened me, and I was chastened, as a bullock unaccustomed to the yoke. Turn thy me, and I shall be turned, for thy art Yahweh my Elohim. Surely after that I was turned, I repented, and after that I was instructed. I smote upon my thigh, I was ashamed, yea, even confounded, because I did bear the reproach of my youth. Is Ephraim my dear son? Is he a pleasant child? For since I speak against him, I do earnestly remember him. Still, therefore my bowels are troubled for him. I will surely have mercy upon him, said Yahweh. Set thee up waymarks, make thee high heaps, set thy heart toward the highway, even the way which thou wentest. Turn again, O virgin of Israel, turn again to these thy cities. How long will I go about, O backsliding daughter? For Yahweh hath created a new thing in the earth. A woman shall encompass a man. Thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel. As yet they shall use this speech in the land of Yehuda and in the cities thereof, when I shall bring again the captivity. Yahweh bless thee, O habitation of justice and mountain of holiness, and there shall dwell in Yehuda itself, and in all the cities thereof together, husbandmen, and they that go forth with flock. For I have saturated the weary soul, and I have replenished every sorrowful soul. Upon this I waked and beheld, and my sleep was sweet unto me. And it also tells us, if we turn our scripture to the book of Ezekiel, the 36th chapter, Ezekiel, the 36th chapter, we're going to use the book of Ezekiel to close out the presentation. For we have just stated, all is not lost. Yahweh got a plan, and it's a beautiful plan for the remnant, for those that will be brought back out of captivity. Nothing has changed, for Yahweh changed not. Even though our fathers messed up the feast days, the Almighty allowed us to know, I'm going to bring your children back, and I'm going to allow them to do the same thing. But at this time, they're going to have a different spirit on them, and they're going to do all that I commanded. Thus it tells us in Ezekiel, the 36th chapter. I'll go straight to the point, and we can find those points in the 23rd verse of Ezekiel, the 36th chapter. And it tells us in Ezekiel the 36th chapter, the 23rd verse, and I will sanctify my great name, which was profaned among the heathens, which ye had profaned in the midst of them, especially talking about keeping a Passover and feast of unleavened bread while you in captivity. And the heathen shall know that I am Yahweh, said the Master Elohim, when I shall be sanctified in you before their eyes. For I will take you from among the heathen and gather you out of all countries and will bring you into your own land. Then will I sprinkle clean water upon you, and ye shall be clean from all your filthiness, and from all your idols will I cleanse you. A new heart also will I give you, and a new spirit will I put within you. And I will take away the stony heart out of your flesh, and I will give you an heart of flesh. And I will pull my spirit within you, and cause you to walk in my statutes. And ye shall keep my judgments and do them. And ye shall dwell in the land that I gave to your fathers. And ye shall be my people, and I will be your Elohim. And I will also save you from all your uncleannesses, and I will call for the corn and will increase it, and lay no famine upon you. And I will multiply the fruit of the tree and the increase of the field, that ye shall receive no more reproach of famine among the heathen. Then shall you remember your own evil ways and your doings that were not good, and shall loathe yourselves in your own sight for your iniquity and for your abominations. Not for your sake do I this, said Yahweh Elohim. Be it known unto you. Be ashamed and confounded for your own ways, O house of Israel. Thus said Yahweh Elohim, in the day that I shall have cleansed you from all your iniquity, I will also cause you to dwell in the cities, and in the wastes shall be built, and the desolate land shall be tilled, whereas it lie desolate in the sight of all that pass by it. And they shall say, this land, another reason why you don't want all your dwellings to be wherever you at, because it is a special thing to dwell in the land of promise. Thus it reads, and they shall say, this land that was desolate is become like the garden of Eden, and the waste and the desolate and ruined cities are become fenced and are inhabited. Then the heathen that are left round about you shall know that I, Yahweh, built the ruined places and planted that was desolate. I, Yahweh, have spoken it, and I will do it. Thus said Yahweh Elohim, I will yet for this, what your brother just read to you, be inquired of by the house of Israel, to do it for them. I will increase them with men like a flock, as the holy flock, as the flock of Jerusalem in her solemn feasts, so shall the waste cities be filled with flocks of men, and they shall know that I am Yahweh. Also, it tells us, if we take a quick look in the 44th chapter, of Ezekiel, to allow us to know that Yahweh changes not. And even though we read about all the violations of our fathers and how they abhorred Yahweh and disrespect Yahweh and got cast out of the land of promise, well, the children of those people, the seeds of those people, which is you and I, still have hope. And our hope is that Yahweh will save us out of this captivity and bring us back into the land of promise and allow us to be guests to his feasts. For he changes not. Thus it is written in Ezekiel the 44th chapter that he changes not, by giving us these words. And it tells us in Ezekiel the 44th chapter, and I'll start, please read the whole chapter. It's a great chapter. I I'll start at the 19th verse. And it tells us in Ezekiel, the 44th chapter, the 19th verse, and I will read to the 24th verse. It tells us, and when they go forth into the utter courts, even into the utter courts to the people, they shall put off their garments wherein they minister, and lay them in the holy chambers, and they shall put on other garments, and they shall not sanctify the people with their garments. Neither shall they shave their heads, nor suffer their locks to grow long. They shall only pull their heads. Neither shall any priest drink wine when they enter into the inner courts. Neither shall they take for their wives a widow, nor her that is put away, but they shall take a maiden, a virgin of the seed of the house of Israel, or a widow that had a priest before. And they shall teach my people the difference between the holy and the profane, and cause them to discern between the unclean and the clean, as we have taught this day. And in controversy, Israel, they shall stand in judgment, and they shall judge it according to my judgments, and they shall keep my laws and my statutes and all my assemblies, and they shall hallow my Sabbaths. One other place I would like to go in closing is the 45th chapter of Ezekiel. And it tells us in the 45th chapter of Ezekiel, we start at the 18th verse, that all is not lost, that the Almighty going to invite us also. And we're going to be able to keep the same things our fathers were supposed to keep, but we're going to keep them better. Thus, let's start at the 18th verse. And it reads, and I'll just read the verses containing to the Passover and Feast of Unleavened Bread. Thus it tells us in the 18th verse, thus said Yahweh Elohim, in the first moon, in the first day of the moon, thou shalt take a young bullock without blemish and cleanse the sanctuary. And the priest shall take of the blood of the sin offering and put it upon the posts of the house and upon the four corners of the settle of the altar and upon the posts of the gate of the inner court. And so shall thou do, and do the 7 days of the month for everyone that err, and for him that is simple, so shall ye reconcile the house. And the first moon, and the 14th day of the moon, ye shall have the Passover, a feast of 7 days, unleavened bread shall be eaten. And upon that day shall the priest prepare for himself and for all the people of the land a bullock for a sin offering. And 7 days of the feast he shall prepare a burnt offering to Yahweh, 7 bullocks and 7 rams without blemish daily the 7 days, and a kid of the goat daily for a sin offering. It also tells us, if we take one more quick look, we at the 46th chapter, and it tells us in the 46th chapter, and I'll just read a couple verses, and I'll start at the first verse and end at the third, and it reads, thus said Yahweh Elohim, the gate of the inner court that look toward the east shall be shut for 6 working days. But on the Sabbath it shall be open, and in the day of the new moon it shall be open, and the prince shall enter by the way of the porch of that gate without, and shall stand by the post of the gate. And the priest shall prepare his burnt offering and his peace offering, and he shall worship at the threshold of the gate. Then he shall go forth, but the gate shall not be shut until the evening. Likewise, the people of the land shall worship at the door of this gate before Yahweh in the Sabbaths and in the new moons. So it allows us to know nothing has changed. We're still going to be able to celebrate these great days once we are brought back in the land, cleansed, and back up under the covenant of the law. So that will be the end of the controversy of the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And the Psalms tell us, Proverbs tells us it is the end, but I wanted to end with this proverb. And the proverb I wanted to end with was the 27th chapter, the 5th verse. And we read it earlier, but all I wanted to let everyone know that is open rebuke is better than secret love. So we hope that the listening audience accept us as being faithful and true by bringing forth this open rebuke instead of some secret love, because the truth is better than any tradition that you have ever done. That will be the end of the presentation. We will open up for comments and questions. Is there any comments or questions on anything that we spoke on today dealing with the controversy among Israel concerning the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread? Is there any comments or questions?
This is Brother Gershon in Michigan. How you doing, Brother Shemuel?
Shalom,
and, shalom, and to the listening audience. Brother, I just want to say again the wonderful words of truth. And I like the comment you made in the last, near the end of what you just said, is the sacrifice we make today is to seek the truth. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Shalom.
Shalom, my brother. That's very wisely spoken. And that's all we're going to continue to do is bring forth the truth. Today, we dealt with a controversy, and we dealt with this controversy to establish the righteous or justify the righteous and condemn the evildoer. And the righteous is the one that is quoting, acknowledging every word. The evildoer is the one that have turned to the left or the right. So we just want to justify that which is rightly spoken in our Holy Scripture.
Hallelujah. Thank you for that. Thank Yahweh. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Is there any other comments or questions? Is Brother Kid Muel still on the presentation, on the conference call? Brother Kid Muel from Cincinnati, is he still on the call? We had a new visitor, and I wanted to know, was he still on to see did he have any comments or questions? A lot of my brothers don't like to make comments or ask questions, especially those that have been familiar with my teaching. They call it hospitality, so they prefer the newcomers to have the opportunity to ask questions or to make comments first. And I appreciate that. So is there any comments or questions? If there isn't any other comments or questions, I'm not going to hold the listening audience any longer. We're going to go ahead and close the presentation by me reading Psalms 105 for us all. Psalms 105 will also give us a flight of how our fathers came up out of Egypt and why they were given the land of promise. So please read this psalm with me, Psalm 105, and let's see how Israel came up out of Egypt and why they were sent into the land of promise. To do what? Let's see. Psalms 105 in closing, Israel. And it tells us in Psalms 105, starting at the very first verse, and it reads, "Oh, give thanks unto Yahweh, call upon his name, make known his deeds among the people, sing unto him, sing psalms unto him, talk ye of all his wondrous works, glory ye in his holy name. Let the heart of them rejoice that seek Yahweh. Seek Yahweh in his strength. Seek his face evermore. Remember his marvelous works that he hath done, his wonders, and the judgment of his mouth.
What's the difference between cream cheese wonton and the crab rangoon?
O ye seed of Abraham, his servant, ye children of Jacob, his chosen. He is Yahweh our Elohim. His judgments are in all the earth. He hath remembered his covenant forever, the word which he commanded to 1,000 generations, which covenant he made with Abraham, and his oath unto Isaac, and confirmed the same unto Jacob for a law, and to Israel for an everlasting covenant, saying, And to thee will I give the land of Canaan, the lot of your inheritance. When they were but a few men in number, yea, very few, and strangers in it, when they went from one nation to another, from one kingdom to another people, he suffered no man to do them wrong. Yea, he reproved kings for their sake, saying, Touch not my anointed, and do my prophets no harm. Moreover, he called for a famine upon the land. He brake the whole staff of bread. He sent a man before them, even Joseph, who was sold for a servant, whose feet they hurt with feathers. He was laid in iron until the time that his word came. The word of Yahweh tried him. The king sent and loosed him, even the ruler of the people, let him go free. He made him master of his house and ruler of all his substance, to bind his princes at his pleasure and teach his senators wisdom. Israel also came into Egypt, and Jacob sojourned in the land of Ham. And he increased his people greatly and made them stronger than their enemies. He turned their heart to hate his people, to deal subtly with his servant. He sent Moses his servant and Aaron who he had chosen. They showed his signs among them and wonders in the land of Ham. He sent darkness and made it dark, and they rebelled not against his word. He turned the waters into blood and slew their fish. Their land brought forth frogs in abundance in the chambers of their kings. He speaked, and there came divers sorts of flies and lice in all their courses. He gave them hail for rain and flaming fire in their land. He smoked their vines also and their fig trees, and brake the trees of their coasts. He speak, and the locusts came, and caterpillars, and that without number, and did eat up all the herbs in their land, and devoured the fruit of their ground. He smoked all the firstborn in their land, the chief of all their strength. He brought them forth also with silver and gold, and there was not one feeble person among their tribes. Egypt was glad when they departed, for the fear of them fell upon them. He spreaded a cloud for a covering, and fire to give light in the night. The people asked, and he brought quails and satisfied them with the bread of heaven. He opened the rock, and the water gushed out. They ran in the dry places like rivers. He remembered his holy promise, and Abraham his servant.
He brought forth his people with joy, his chosen with gladness, and gave them the lands of the heathen. For what? Please listen to this, Israel. He gave them the lands of the heathen, and they inherit the labor of the people. For what? That they might observe his statutes and keep his laws. Hallelujah. So it told us he gave them that land that they might observe his statutes and keep his laws. Hallelujah. 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 And shalom, Israel.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Shalom.
Hallelujah.